I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, to serve Nigeria with all my strength, to defend their unity and uphold their honor and glory. So help me God. Almighty God, creator, ruler of heaven and earth, we beseech thee to inspire and guide all our counsels and action, so that we may always walk in the path of justice, love, and charity to one another. Help us with thy grace to do only those things that will promote the unity, peace, happiness, and prosperity of Nigeria.
Chairman rules. Honorable colleagues,
I have examined and approved the votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 18th December 2024. Any member with petition? Yes, Doctor.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, PhD, GCON. My name is Honorable Patrick Umar. I represent the entire people of Ikor Ekpene, Esienudim, Oborokarafidu constituency. The Speaker, esteemed colleagues, I am a proud son of Akwa Ibom.
Sorry, Doctor, I skipped the first one, the announcement, sorry. I will call you back.
Thank you,
sorry.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, we have some announcements, and I will begin with the one coming from Mr. President. The message coming from Mr. President is a request for the amendment of the 2024 Appropriation Act to extend its implementation period to 30 June 2025. And his message reads as follows. I write to forward to the House of Representatives a proposal for the amendment of the 2024 Appropriation Act to extend its implementation year from 31st December 2024 to 30th June 2025. This amendment, as reflected in the attached bill titled An Act to Amend the 2024 Appropriation Act, seeks to ensure the seamless execution of critical projects and programs contained in the 2024 Appropriation Act, which require additional time for completion. The proposed amendments affect the long title and Section 12 and the explanatory memorandum of the Act, substituting the expiration date of 31st December 2024 with 30 June 2025. While I trust that this request will receive the kind, expeditious consideration of the House of Representatives to ensure the smooth continuation of government programs, please accept, Right Honorable Speaker, the assurances of my highest consideration and esteem. Yours sincerely, signed, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The second announcement is coming from the clerk. It is in the form of corrigendum, and this is the message he has for you. Said, I wish to bring to your attention a corrigendum regarding the composition of our parliamentary friendship groups. Following recent adjustments, the House has made the following changes. Honorable Idu Imeka, JP, remains the chairman of the Nigeria-Venezuela Friendship Group. Honorable Mani Meishinko Katami has been appointed as the chairman of the Nigeria-Ghana Friendship Group. I trust that the honorable members will discharge their duties in these capacities with utmost diligence and dedication. Thank you. The next announcement is coming from the media, the chairman media, and it reads as follows. I wish to bring to your attention an important engagement scheduled for this week. On Friday, from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., the Speaker and the leadership of the House will be participating in a media chat with the lead. Let me read it again, please. I wish to bring your attention to an important engagement scheduled for this week. On Friday from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., I, Mr. Speaker, will participate in a media chat with the leadership of the House and stakeholders across critical sectors. The chat will be aired on NTA and Channels Television. The focus of this program is to review the 2024 legislative year and render an account of stewardship to the Nigerian people. This is in line with our mantra, the People's House. I would like to extend an invitation to all members to tune to these two channels to view these programs. Thank you. The next announcement is coming from Right Honorable Ambassador James Shaibu Barka, member representing Gombe Hong Federal Constituency of Adamawa State. And he wants to inform the members that today he is felicitating with his wife on their 32nd wedding anniversary. And he wants members to put them in their prayers, and those who have opportunity and time to visit them at home to celebrate with them. Congratulations, Ambassador. It's not easy to be married for 32 years. The next one is a message from Rev. Jeremiah Umaru, ACA, ACTL, member representing Akwanga, Nasarawa, Egon, Wamba Federal Constituency of Nasarawa State. He wants to inform the House that an award of the degree of Doctor of Philosophy has been awarded to him. I read his message. I write to notify Your Excellency and my honorable colleagues of the award of PhD in Business Administration, Faculty of Administration, Nasarawa State University, KEFI. I wish to appreciate the Honorable Speaker, other leadership of the House, Chairman Public Accounts Committee, and other honorable colleagues. Also, a special appreciation goes to my wife, Mrs. Sarah Jeremiah Umaru, and other family members for their support throughout the period of the program. Thank you. Signed, Rev. Jeremiah Umaru. Is Honorable Umaru around? Please, can you stand up for recognition and appreciation? Can we please give him a round of applause? Congratulations on behalf of the House. Keep the flag flying. Congrats. Again, honorable members, I'm sure you're aware that we are dedicating most of our engagement today to debate the budget of 2025. So any member who may wish to contribute should please send his name to the clerk for us to recognize when the time comes. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, you may remember sometimes in June, we all agreed that we will sacrifice 50% of our salaries to support people with critical needs in the country. I'm pleased to announce that as of December, House has contributed the sum of 704 million naira, 704,907,578.82 million naira. This is the contribution honorable colleagues from this hallowed chamber were able to contribute within these 6 months. And it is our intention that on the 31st of this month, we shall be visiting Mr. President along with some members of leadership to hand over this contribution to be exclusively used for those who are in need. So in fulfillment of this noble nature, I will lead a delegation of the House to present a check for this amount to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on 31st December 2024. This contribution highlights our steadfast dedication to the service of our nation and in response to critical needs of the Nigerian people. Thank you, honorable colleagues, for your general contributions. May God bless you all. Leader of the House, can you please move that we suspend our rules to delete from the order paper items item 11, item 12, item 11 and 12. Thank you.
Sorry, 9 and 10. Items 9 and 10. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that we suspend items 9 and 10 from the other paper in order to let us deal with the other business. I so move.
Minority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion that we step down items 9 and 10 on the other paper. I so second.
those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable colleagues, the business of the day is presentation of one bill. I now invite the clerk to read the short title. The first order of the day is commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to amend the Appropriation Act to extend the implementation year from 31st December 2024 to June 30, 2025, and for related matters, standing in the name of the House Leader. Honorable members recall that the bill was read the first time on Thursday, 19 December 2024.
Mr. Speaker, Professor Julius Ihonvere, Owan Federal Constituency, Edo State. I rise to move that a bill for an act to amend the Appropriations Act 2024.
Sorry, I think you have to move for the suspension of our rule to enable us to take it immediately.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that we suspend the relevant portion of our rules to enable us take the order of the day. And what else? And that's all. Thank you.
Minority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion that we suspend relevant provisions of Order 12 of our rules to enable us to take the first and second reading of these bills today. I so second.
those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. House Leader, please can you move that the bill be read a second time?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that a bill for an act to amend the Appropriation Act 2024 to extend the implementation of the capital component of the Appropriation Act 2024 from 31st December 2024 to 30th June 2025, and for related matters, HB 2023, be read the second time. I so move.
Minority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion for the second reading of the amendment to Appropriation Act 2024. I so second.
those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable colleagues, this bill is a straightforward one. It is to enable us extend the implementation of the 2024 budget to June to allow the federal government to complete all ongoing projects and the ones that are yet to start. I think without any waste of time, we can just go ahead and put the question. Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk? DS, Leader, Minority Leader, Clerk, please, 1 minute.
Kama and Kama, kindly take your seat. Honorable Kama and Kama, kindly take your seat, please. Honorable Maki Abubakar Eleman.
This bill is referred to the Committee on Supply for further legislative action. Honorable colleagues, the second order of the day is commencement of debate on the general principles of a bill for an act to authorize the issue from the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation the total sum of 49 trillion 740 billion 165 million 355,396 naira only, of which 4 trillion 435 billion 761 million
Order! Order!
925 naira only is for statutory transfers. 16 trillion 327 billion 142 million 689,549 naira only is for debt service. 14 trillion 123 billion 544 million 196,406 naira only is for recurrent expenditure, while the sum of 14 trillion 853 billion 717 million 110,517 naira only is for contribution to the Development Fund for Capital Expenditure for the year ending 31st December 2025, standing in the name of the House Leader. Honorable members will recall that the bill was read the first time on Wednesday, 18 December 2024. I now invite the House Leader to move that the bill be read a second time.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the bill HB 2021 be read the second time. As initiated.
Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion as moved by the House Leader. I so second, sir.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. The ayes have it. Leader, can you lead the debate?
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we listened with rapt attention to the proposals presented to the joint sitting of the National Assembly on the 2025 appropriation bill. And I believe that we all left here very excited that for once we are seeing a government that has the courage to take very bold steps, the kind of courage needed to refocus, reposition the country, for greatness, for inclusivity, and to ensure that there is balanced growth in all sectors of the economy. The president himself admitted that yes, things are tough. He feels the pains of Nigerians. And we all in this hall also feel the pains. However, you cannot cure certain diseases without taking very desperate and very fundamental steps. Growth and development do not come by wishing it. It comes by planning for it. And I think what that budget has done is to isolate—
Honorable Koko, please can you find your seats? Let us listen to the leader. This is a very important debate, please. Or you don't want any project in KB?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what the budget has done is to isolate those critical areas that have far-reaching implications for other sectors of the economy. Education, for instance, we know the situation. Not only is NEL Fund going to continue to be funded, which has already reached out to hundreds of thousands of young students, but we're going to have enough funds to revitalize and reposition the education sector. Security is another. We know the implications of security for tourism, hospitality, for agriculture, industry, investments, foreign investments. And I believe that once you have that kind of courage and combine it with vision and with commitment, and you carry the necessary stakeholders along with you, like the president has done in carrying the National Assembly along, there will be no reason why we should not achieve our set goals in the budget. I know there are questions. Can we reduce inflation from 34.6 to 15% in 1 year? It is not impossible. It is not rocket science. It's been done before. It's by expanding the productive base of the economy, by creating jobs for our people, by providing security that enables farmers to return to work.
Kabezi, Honorable Husseini, Honorable Tajuddin, please can you move forward? Kabezi, we have promoted you to the position of acting deputy chief. Please come and take your seat here.
Mr. Speaker, I was saying that it is not impossible, but all we need to do is to ensure that we all contribute, our quota to the whole process of budgetary implementation. I also know that there are issues about the Naira, but the government has not been too ambitious. We pegged it at 1.5. And that is doable, is achievable, if the other parameters we put in place work. And if our security agencies work hard, and the FCC and ICPC and other related agencies continue to go after the hoarders and those who market and speculate on our currency. Mr. Speaker, the other sectors, we listened to the president expatiate on them yesterday. But the point I think I want to emphasize here is leadership. The kind of leadership you are providing for us here, the kind of leadership that your colleague is providing in the Senate, and the kind of leadership that the president is providing for the country. Leadership combined with courage will produce results, and it will ensure that all the parameters that have been well laid out in the budget are followed to the letter. It is not the size of a budget necessarily that brings the results, though that matters a lot. If there is sufficient money available to implement big projects that would encourage smaller ones to grow around it. But rather, it is the spirit and commitment to implementation, to monitoring, to evaluation, to cutting waste, to ensuring that planning discipline is reduced to the barest minimum. And I think the president gave a commitment to these issues in a speech to us in this House. So, Mr. Speaker, as leader of the House and the one that speaks on behalf of the government, I would say that this budget is very welcome. The focus is appropriate, the commitment is timely, and the buck has now been passed not just from the president, but to the National Assembly and to all Nigerians. The fact remains that if the budget will work or not work will be how Nigerians take the current challenges and contradictions they face.
Honorable Jesse Kamis, please can you be attentive? Otherwise, there will be no projects in your constituency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Finally, let me say that if I will have another opportunity to talk later, but to urge my colleagues not to worry about, the size of the budget. It's almost twice the last one. This is a different year, it's a different world. There are crisis points all over the world. We're seeing it ourselves. And we need to be ready to flow, not just to the contradictions that arise from economic destabilization or political uncertainties or even climate change, but more to deal with issues that affect the average Nigerian. And I think President Tinubu has demonstrated that courage, he has demonstrated that focus, he has demonstrated that commitment, he has demonstrated that empathy and understanding of the realities that Nigerians face. Let us join hands to ensure that this budget delivers the goods and that Nigerians live a much better life than they're living right now. I would like to stop here and hope that I will have another chance to speak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Leader, for a very wonderful introduction of this debate. It's my pleasure and honor to recognize Honorable Kafilat Obara to speak next.
Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, my name is Kafilat Ogbara. I represent Koshofe Federal Constituency, and I'm from Lagos State, the Center of Excellence. I rise this morning to speak to the budget proposal presentation by a father, a leader, a mentor, and the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who has presented to this hallowed chamber a budget of integration, a budget of consolidation, a budget that clearly depicts the level of the commitment of the economic team and Mr. President himself. Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, this budget is coming at a very crucial time when our nation is navigating through economic recovery and, developmental challenges. And some have said that this budget is too ambitious or that it can trigger inflation. But this is a budget that clearly states its target of inflation reduction from 34% to 15%. So clearly this budget will be, working on its inflation rates for the nation. And of course, I also want to say that this budget also highlights its key economic goals, which will be stimulating growth, ensuring that infrastructure is more enhanced, and of course, to ensure that it promotes social welfare. And this is why the proposal of this budget has highlighted the three major areas, which is defense, security, which will be consolidating on the gains that we have gained from security challenges in the last 1 year. And of course, education, which is my own area of passion, because I have seen the, determination of Mr. President to ensure that all the children that are out of school gets back to school. And I'm more particularly, passionate about this because I know that the higher percentage of these children that are out of school are girls. And the health sector, investment in the health sector is going to contribute to sustainable development growth in this country. And majority of Nigerian women and children will benefit from this. I want to urge my colleagues that we should all approach this budget with a lot of collaboration, cooperation, and of course, we should use, positive thinking to criticize this budget. I believe that it's not enough to present a budget, but the implementation of the budget is more critical. So as representatives of the people in our various constituencies, and like I always say that Nigeria resides here, we all represent the grassroots in our various local governments, and of course the nation is here. We should get back home, get the contributions of our constituents, and look at the critical areas that are critical in our various constituencies, that concerns the peculiarities of the needs of our constituents, and ensure that in the long run of the passage of this bill, we should ensure that the needs of our constituents are integrated. I want to urge us, we should collaborate, cooperate, and ensure that this budget passes through. And most importantly, as representatives of the people, our oversight in the long run is very critical. We must do our oversight without fear or favor so that Nigeria can get to its desired destination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues.
Please, honorable colleagues, for those who are just coming in now, if you want to contribute, please submit your names in writing for us to recognize you. At this juncture, let me recognize the former Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives to give us his take on the budget of the proposed budget of 2025.
Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, my name is Ahmed Idris, representing Wasai Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, I want to join my other colleagues and brothers and sisters who have set the tune for the debate of this particular budget. And I want to appreciate first the timely presentation and the factors in terms of what we are supposed to consider for the purpose of having the budget of next year. Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, I think what has been presented to us is quite very apt, and I want to urge my colleagues to support. First, it has to do with defense. We are all aware of the security challenges in that country, and the amount of money budgeted so far, I don't think there's ever been such kind of amount that has ever been done. And if properly utilized, I believe the security challenges in the Niger Delta will be worked over, the one in the northwest, in the north-south, and the northeast, and the north-central, and the entirety of Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, I think Kafilat captured very well that we should, after passing the budget, follow and ensure that what is budgeted for, there is value for money. And until we have value for money, we may be missing the target. Education is one very key sector. Mr. President has done very well in terms of the budgetary provision, and I want to believe if properly utilized, we shall have another level. No nation rises above the quality and standard of its own education. So education is one very key area that I think Mr. President has paid attention to. Mr. President has also paid attention in the briefing given to us in the areas of agriculture. If you don't have food security, it's like as good as having a failed nation. I want to believe what has been presented to us and on the general principle is quite very okay for the country development and growth. And we should all support it. We should align to ensure that this budget is speedily passed so that we shall, by the grace of God, have the benefit of what we are supposed to have in terms of what should go to our various constituents and the nation. Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, I want to appreciate their leadership. I want to appreciate the leadership of the country for coming to the rescue in terms of the areas that have been highlighted so far. I mentioned agriculture, defense, education, health is one very good big challenge. Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, I was one of those that was faced with the challenge of kidney, gallbladder, that I had to be flew out of the country. I spent about 3 months, and I know that the tourism in the health sector is one very good challenge that we have in the country, and this is one commendable area that I think the Mr. President have done so much. We have had the establishment of many federal medical centers. We have establishment of orthopedic centers, and we have the hospitals that are there. But I think what is lacking is the infrastructure and the funding that is supposed to be done. The trillions of naira that have been budgeted for, and then with the attraction of possibly interventions from the foreign communities and partners, I think if we properly steward it and place it well, we shall do well. And one other area is to ensure that the growth of our economy. Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, I want to align and I want to support Hulan and Sinker, what has been presented to us that we should support and we should speedily pass so that Nigerians will benefit and all of us will benefit. May God lead us well, guide us, and guide the leadership of our chambers and our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I so submit.
Thank you, Honorable Idris Ahmed, for a very inspiring contribution. The next to be recognized is Honorable Abdul Samad Dasuki. If Dasuki is ready, please can you rise and give your contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I remain Abdul Samad Dasuki, representing Kebe Tambuwal from Sokoto State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I would like to start by highlighting the increments that we've had in the 2025 proposal regarding what this House has given so much priority, which is security and by extension, defense. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, let me just draw you back to what the honorable speaker highlighted yesterday in comparison with other nations, that this budget is not where we should be. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, we have seen an allocation of over 2 trillion to the defense. But, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, in view of reality, what we have been accepting in this House with the challenges that we are facing as a nation, and if you convert that money into dollar, because majority of the security equipment are dollar related, you will see that we still have a long way to go. So I will call on maybe the Committee on Defense and the leadership to work together with those that are acquiring all that is required to fight this insecurity, so that by God's grace, when we get to the year 2025, we have less security challenges. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, there is an allocation here that has to do with the Northwest Development Commission, which has just been brought or which has just been given birth to. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, if you see the allocations that has been done to the other development commissions, and we want to know the parameters that was used to allocate the funds, because reality is that reports that was brought in by the NBS, the Bureau for Statistics, in November, highlighted the challenges in the Northwest Development Commission, where it highlighted that only within 1 year, over 1.1 trillion in ransom was paid within the Northwest zone of this country. And apart from that, if you look at the incidences of murder, the theft of livestock, the theft of crops, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I believe with regards to the Northwest Development Commission, more funds are required so that the zone will be able to catch up in view of the challenges that is being faced and is still being faced within that zone. So I will call on the leadership to please look at the allocation and let them be guided. What was the perimeter? What was used to get to this figure? But I believe we can do better. On that note, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable. The next to speak is Honorable Francis Waide.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Francis A. Jirogene Waide is my name, and I represent the entire people of Ughelli North, Ughelli South, and Udu. I'm from Delta State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I would like to begin by referring to the joke of Mr. President yesterday when he referred to us as the 11th Assembly. And in the process, prayed for us for our re-election, all of us to be in the 11th Assembly. I think that was a beautiful one. And the way he presented the budget, you will see that it's on top of his game. I want to commend that eloquent presentation by Mr. President. And it was very logical. and it shows that our country is on the right trajectory. I also want to commend all the beautiful things he said, especially the ambitious plan to reduce inflation from 34.6% to 15%. I think the best thing to do in life is to attempt to get to the skies. If you don't get up there, you will get very far. So putting the ambition too low would not have been good. So 15% is good for us to aspire to. If at the end of the day we achieve 15%, all good and well. And if at the end of the day we are near it, that will be good for our country. So I want to commend Mr. President for that. You know, but the challenge really is on maintaining oil production, because for us to get the dollars, the FX, to run the economy, to service debts, and to finance our imports, we need that FX import. So the efforts to reduce wastages and oil theft in the Niger Delta is something that we need to push up to make sure that as we go into 2025, we'll move from our present level, some say of 1.5, 1.8, to 2.02. And I know that OPEC will give us a go-ahead, because there have been many times and many years where we couldn't meet up with our OPEC quota because of the challenges in the Niger Delta. And we are glad that those challenges are gradually being overcome. So I believe we would achieve the 2.06 production million barrels per day production. The exchange rate is so realistic. Presently at about 1.7, government is looking at 1.5 in 2025. I went back to look at our provision for 2024, and you find that this is a huge jump. It means that the government is very realistic in fixing this 1.5 as the exchange rate in the year 2025. I believe it's achievable. I believe that it will help to bring stability to the exchange rate regime, and then we'll be able to achieve the set goals. The 49.7 trillion mark, in Naira terms, it appears to be the highest that we have done in our country. But in dollar terms, it definitely is not. So it means that we have a long way to go, and we'll continue to push to get to where we are going. I'm particularly excited, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, at the sectorial allocations. Security, 4.91. We all know the problems we are facing with security in the nation. If we're able to get security right, there will be peace, there will be development, and the things will move forward. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure 4.6, and then health 2.8, education 3.5. I believe the implementation will be followed through, and our country will be good for it. And the debt service that has reduced from over 90% to about 40% will even get better as we go ahead. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to share these thoughts on the budget presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The next to speak is Honorable Tolu Akande Shadipe. Honorable Shadipe, is she around? Dr. Patrick Umo, are you around? Please go ahead.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Dr. Patrick Umo. I represent the entire people of Ikorekpene, Esienudim, Obodokara Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am a proud son of Akwa Ibom State. Mr. Speaker, I'll start by giving a footnote by way of commendation to His Excellency, the President of this country, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who graciously, and I use the word graciously very advisedly, by promising that members of this assembly will definitely make the 11th assembly. I know I'm speaking the mindset of 100%, that is 360 members of these hallowed chambers. So on behalf of my constituents, I thank Mr. President. The Right Honorable Speaker, very esteemed colleagues, judging from the 2024 budget performance index and looking at the 2025 budget as presented by Mr. President, I find in the budget a plan to consolidate on the infrastructural development in our country. It is a very ambitious budget, but I dare say this is very necessary in our country at a time like this. The humongous sums allocated to the diverse sectors that make up our country, our nation, are such that
Engineer Honorable Rais, Honorable Zanna, good morning to you.
we
It's
must
afternoon already.
partner the efforts of Mr. President, particularly as he's very courageous in coming up with this fantastic budget. But it imposes a sacred obligation on us as a parliament to tighten the loopholes and ensure that we close or end the leakages that we find in the MDAs that we oversight. So may I use this opportunity to call on the relevant committees of this House to help Mr. President by being very systematic and strategic in our oversight, to close the gaps, to stop the leakages, so that the budget can be properly funded. That way we can help the ordinary Nigerians. Let me thank the Right Honorable Speaker, and in fact, by extension, the President of the Senate, for the well thought out statements they made on behalf of the National Assembly. I find in their speeches the readiness to collaborate with Mr. President to run this country forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this rare opportunity to articulate these issues on behalf of my constituency, that is Ikot-Ekpene, Esienu Obodo-Karafiru constituency. Thank you, esteemed colleagues, for this privilege. God bless Nigeria.
Thank you, Doctor. The Acting Chief Whip, from now henceforth,
Yes, sir.
every member who is given the opportunity to speak will only speak for 2 minutes. Please be the timekeeper. At the expiration of 2 minutes, you know what to do.
Carried.
Okay. Honorable colleagues, it's my pleasure to recognize Honorable Clement Jimbo to give his contribution.
Thank you very much, my dear Speaker, my colleagues. My Speaker colleagues, let me begin by appreciating your kind of leadership that culminated into the smooth process of budget presentation by the executive yesterday. And let me equally use this opportunity to appreciate my colleagues who demonstrated maturity in all forms of ramification that saw us through the budget presentation by the executive. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, in the wisdom of the executive, they had some time ago renamed the Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs to Ministry of Regional Development. I want to draw the attention of the Parliament and of course the executive that Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs is still captured in the budget proposal of 2025, and it should be noted for proper correction. Having also said that, Mr. Speaker, let me thank and appreciate the executive for allocating 4.91 trillion naira for security and defense, being still one of the largest line items that has been taken by the budget of 2025 proposal. But I will understand with the executive, because we live in times that technology is changing, and the executive, in their wisdom to deploy technology in order to nip, if not permanently in the bud, our security challenges in our country, the parliament should really commend, and I stand to commend the executive. And I equally throw it as a challenge to the parliament that we should equally make sure that the deliverables expected by the introduction of this technology culminate into the ambitious proposition by the executive that they are going to ramp up the crude oil production to over 2 million barrels per day. And of course, our farmers will have a leeway to go to the farm and till. Thank you. Let me end by, in less than 10 seconds, by saying that the capital expenditure of the budget has been placed at 14.8 trillion. And if you look at also the recurrent expenditure, which is non-debt, of 14.1 trillion, they are almost at par. And in a country that is developing, I think we should pay more emphasis on our capital expenditure, which will gradually ramp up our nation from being a developing nation to a developed nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Honorable Jimbo. The next to speak is Honorable Dabo Ismail Haruna. The newest. Oh, no, complete.
Thank you. My name is Honorable Dabo Ismail Haruna, member representing the good people of Toro Federal Constituency, and I'm from Bauchi State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I will start by commending the leadership of the National Assembly, especially the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and also the President and my honorable colleagues for a well-done job yesterday. You have shown a defining leadership qualities to Nigerians and the whole world yesterday, and we are proud of you for your presentation, well-balanced, not politicized, and everybody was happy. So we have to give that to you, and we encourage you, sir. Having said that, I want to speak on two items in the budget. One, the inflation projection in 2025. Secondly, projected deficit in the 2025 appropriation bill. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, the executive have made emphasis on four sectors: defense and security, infrastructure, health, and education. If you're talking about inflation today in Nigeria, you strongly believe with me that inflation is on food items. Strongly on food items, Nigerians are finding it so difficult to afford what they can eat. So I expect the executive to look into food security, to give more concentration, more attention to agriculture. So I will urge the leadership of the National Assembly and the relevant committees to make sure that enough is being budgeted to cater for Nigerians in agriculture and food security. Quickly, the issue of the projected deficit in the 2025 appropriation bill. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, we have, yes, let me round up, please. We have total of 13.08 trillion, which is 3.89% of the GDP as deficit in the budget. We are hoping that the executive will not further request for loan to add more burden to the economy. Rather, they will look inward to generate more funds, more revenue to fill the gap in order to sustain the current economic situation we are in this country. Because of time, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I will stop here. Thank you so much, and remain blessed.
Honourable members should kindly stick to their 2 minutes allotted by the Speaker, please. 2 minutes. 2 minutes to avoid interactions.
The next to speak is Honorable Adebayo Balogun. Honorable Adebayo, are you around?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name remains Honorable Adebayo Balogun, member representing Ibeju-Lekki Federal Constituency. I'm from Lagos State. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to lend my voice to this ambitious and positive budget as presented by our President. Well, to be objective, I think we should look at some of these parameters stated and how visible they are. If we look at the 3.5% growth, 15% inflation, and the dollar being pegged at 1,500 naira, we see these are very, very realizable. If you look at the 2.0 million barrels of oil production, which I think could be surpassed, because what is really necessary is the state of security that we are ensuring in the Niger Delta. If we are able to continue to ensure that production, that the oil produced actually gets to the terminal, the investors, the IOCs, will continue to come back. What I believe is today we have about 2.2 million barrels in stock capacity. If we can work on the area of security, then these 2.2 million barrels will be achievable. OPEC, what drives production is demand. The demand is there already. OPEC is giving us about 1.5, 1.6 million barrels quota. We have 650 million barrels, 650,000 demanded by Dangote. 210 is required by the Port Harcourt refinery. That means the demand is there. Our target is should be eating 3 million barrels a day. If you're able to do that with the zero importation of the petrol and diesels that we have actually achieved, that means our dollar reserve will actually increase. If we're able to do that, then it will be very easy for the federal government to dictate the price of the dollar. And these are very important things that we should do. If we are able to also do that, then we should also look at how we are to increase the production sector and the local content of Nigerians, because it is very important. No matter how much we grow the economy, if we don't ensure that Nigerians are productive, that means we can be experiencing economic growth without development. Most of the time, we must ensure that the contributions of Nigerians in this production
Honorable
sector.
Kelechi, you are disturbing the minority leader. I could see from his countenance.
Because what we are having now is a situation where many foreign countries of many nationals are coming to take the jobs in this country. In the oil sectors, what is the contribution of Nigerians in this production sector? So what we are saying is, how do we increase the production capacity of we Nigerians ourselves, so that at the end of the day, the money will not be just going out of the country, and it will be staying inside Nigeria. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, thank you for this opportunity given.
Thank you, Honorable Adebayo. The next to speak is Honorable Umaru.
Please, members should understand we are on national TV. Please. Yes.
Thank you, Excellency. My respected colleagues, my name is Jeremiah Umaru, and I represent Akwanga, Nasarawa, Egoma Federal Constituency. Your Excellency, I'm from Nasarawa State. I want to...
Honorable Talba, Honorable Ibrahim, unless you need promotion to come and sit in between the two elders here, we need some level of decorum.
While I appreciate the proposal submitted to the House, I just want to raise an observation, Your Excellency, sir, on the document submitted. If you check the statutory transfers on Part J, that is on page 3, we have development commissions. And to the best of our knowledge, we have the Northeast, the NDDC, the Northwest, and the Southeast Development Commission. In the document, we can see Southwest Development Commission, and certain sums were appropriated or earmarked for Southwest. We have the North Central Development Commission and the South-South that has been concurred by the National Assembly, and by now it is believed that it must have gotten to the President. We want to know what happened. Why were they not captured as well? If we have Southwest that is not yet signed. So that's my observation, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's noted, and I'm sure the Committee on Appropriation will do the needful. The next to be recognized is Honorable Wale Ahmed. Is Honorable Wale Ahmed around? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My honorable colleagues, I am Honorable Dr. Wale Ahmed. I represent Agege Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Lagos State. Mr. Speaker, you actually started this debate yesterday with your wonderful and well-rendered speech on the budget. Thank you for recognizing me.
Professor Lillian, please come to the leadership role here. You have been promoted today. The minority leadership role, to stay next to her labor leader. I hope in so doing you not distract our leader.
Yes, sir. I want to talk about this budget of restoration presented by Mr. President yesterday. A good man, great patriot, ardent lover of this country, and a great fighter for democracy. I want to look at it from the perspective of the courage, the boldness, and the good intention that somebody just supplied audacity, that the good intention, that the size and the distribution reflect. You will see, Mr. Speaker, sir, that virtually the recurrent and capital are virtually at par. Budgets used to weigh a bit more on the recurrent. This is a positive development, and I believe with the good policies in place right now, which are in the right direction, I believe the ratio of capital to recurrent will improve. But for it to be at par in the first place is a positive development. I also want to talk about the emphasis. The figures show the emphasis on critical areas of security, education, and health, followed by infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, sir, when I was going to resume in Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto in 1985, I was told that there will soon be a road between Sokoto and Badagry. I spent 6 years in Sokoto, there was no road. That road is still not there now. So these are the kind of things, and it is now being brought to life by this administration. Save for Lagos Calabar Road. So these are some of the reasons why, despite the size of this budget, I will enjoin and implore my honorable colleagues to support and give it the necessary expeditious attention. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. The next to speak is Honorable Ahmed Jaha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. Ahmed Jaha Babao.
I was just advised by my dear friend here that we should restrict you to 2 minutes. As the timekeeper, you should lead by example.
Okay, sir. So, Honorable Speaker, Ahmed Jaha Babao, Chibok Dambo goes a federal constituency. Mr. Speaker, let me start by commending the executive for timely presentation of the 2025 appropriation within the confines of the provisions of the Nigerian Constitution as altered. I equally want to use this opportunity to commend the President for tagging the budget of 2025 to be budget of restoration, security, securing peace, and rebuilding prosperity. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, you will agree with me that in the budget, there are elements of economic growth in areas of infrastructure, agriculture, and technology. And on the part of debt servicing, this is where I want to emphasize. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it's one thing for country to be entrusted by their creditors, and it's another thing for that debtors to fulfill their own obligation. So debt management is critical to our national development and preservation of our international reputation and integrity.
Honorable Akala, you and your group, please pay attention.
Then lastly, on the issue of security. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we are all aware.
Honorable George, I hope you are happy.
Without security.
I hope you are happy. Honorable George, please reply me. It's okay, it's okay.
Without security, all the elements of the budget are not achievable, are not going to be achievable in the sense that without security, no foreign investor can come to Nigeria and invest. So the need for the country to embark on a serious security measures in order to encourage FDIs is equally important. The target of the government to achieve 2.06 million barrels per day can only be realistic if there is enough security, particularly in the Niger Delta region. If there is no security, that is not going to be realistic, and at the end of the period, is going to distract the process of development. So this is my own contribution, and I urge our colleagues to equally support this.
I think when you are contributing, I'm sure your name is here.
Thank you, sir.
You can make whatever correction because it's just a mere contribution. I don't think any point of order is necessary here. We're just airing our views.
The point of order is just to guide us. And that this is the second reading of this bill. I just want us to be guided so that even the 2 minutes can work. Mr.
You
Speaker,
could have just said the timekeeper has tried to exceed the time limit
no,
given.
Mr. Speaker, I want us to know that at this point, I'm referring to Order 12, Rule 19.2. At this point, during the second reading, the debate shall be confined to the financial and economic state of Nigeria and the government's financial policy only. So we shouldn't go into
So
the
please,
details
honorable
of the
colleagues,
budget.
let us be guided. When
the point.
talking, let us stick ourselves strictly to the subject matter. No digression. When we come for public hearing, we can do whatever grammar. And please, if some of you who have already indicated that you want to speak, if anyone has spoken on the area you wanted to speak on, please just indicate that you don't have anything to say so that we can be able to fast track and finish this in good time. Please, let us, as much as possible, articulate our ideas and try to limit ourselves to the 2 minutes allocated. Thank you so much. The next to speak is a man from what used to be the rural part of Lagos. A man who has been given ambassador pre tempore of all North African countries. If you have any issue with any African country north of Nigeria, please, you can refer to him. He's a consultant already. Honorable Jimmy Benson, you have 2 minutes, please.
Honorable Mansur Jega, you are back in the chair. Honorable Daladi, kindly stop distracting the deputy leader, please. Take your seat. Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the Iya Zazao, a man of peace, a patriotic Nigerian, a man who we used to call Billy Aminu because he had the highest number of bills in the parliament. Honorable colleagues, I remain Baba Jimmy Benson. I represent the fabulous people of Ikorodu Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to restrict myself to 2 minutes because, as you said, I come from the cosmopolitan part of Lagos, the Miami of Lagos, Ikorodu Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, the name, Mr. President was very profound yesterday. He presented his budget before the 11th Parliament. So congratulations, everyone. Mr. Speaker, 2 things I see from the budget. Security votes was 4.9 trillion naira. If there is security in the land, Nigeria will prosper. If there is security in the land, agriculture will prosper, employment will rise, Nigeria will be able to unlock a lot of its petrochemical resources, and Nigeria shall attain the eminence that its good qualities offer. Mr. Speaker, 4.9 trillion in defense does not also include the potential the newly signed DICON will offer. DICON, as we speak today, is attracting a lot of interest from foreign countries. They want to invest. So in the not too distant future, apart from this 4.9 trillion, a lot of FDIs will come in. Nigeria will become a hub in the production of military hardware and software. Mr. Speaker, I'm also delighted at the amount dedicated to infrastructure, 14.8 trillion. Mr. Speaker, it was JFK who said that America is rich, not because it has money, but America is rich because its infrastructure makes its people rich. In the fullness of time, Mr. Speaker, When all these investments materialize, Lagos to Calabar, Sokoto to Lagos, all the railway lines that are budgeted for in this budget, Nigeria will be a haven of investors. We have 200 million plus people, 70% being youths. I think this budget, Mr. Speaker, is indeed a budget of restoration that will secure peace and rebuild our prosperity. Thank you very much for this honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Jimmy. The next to speak is Honorable Dennis Abo. The great man.
Honorable Amos Gomna Magaji, kindly sit down, please. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. Respected colleagues, the President said yesterday, he said, no more shall any Nigerian go to bed hungry. And I agree with him completely. And he said again,
Honorable Amos Gomna, please can you be attentive?
He said again he wants to reduce inflation from 34% to 15%. I agree with him, so ambitious as it is. Thirdly, he said, we want to depart from lamentation and get into concrete action.
Honorable Zana, you have been promoted to the leadership rank. Please come to this side and sit with the great leader and tap inspiration.
Mr. Speaker, in all of this, I agree with the President. The legacy projects that the President wants to embark on, especially in the area of infrastructure, the two major legacy roads he wants to invest in has the shape of an L. It runs from Sokoto to Lagos and from Lagos to Calabar. I want Nigeria to remember that there's a section of this country where the infrastructure is highly dilapidated. It does not come into this L shape of that legacy road project. Now, finally, agriculture. I want us to know that agriculture and high food prices and the fact that food became unaffordable by most Nigerians. That was the point of the tipping crisis in this country. And food inflation has driven the high rate of inflation in Nigeria. It must also have to drive back the reduction in inflation. I'm happy to note that in as much as President did not specify any particular amount allocated to agriculture, he said this much, that there's a nexus between the allocation for defense and to agriculture, because he said that Nigerians have to be safe on the highway and they have to be safe in their farms. I want to emphasize before I sit down, Mr. Speaker, that Nigerian farmers need to be safe in their farm. No matter what it is going to cost us, it will be the reverse point for all our economic woes. Let Nigerians have food to eat, then they can have other things any other time. God bless you.
Thank you, Honorable Dennis. The next to speak is Honorable Udua Ududo. Honorable Udua.
Thank you, Your Excellency, my Speaker, honorable colleagues. The Speaker, I rise this moment to add my voice in support of the budget estimate that was laid before this honorable House by Mr. President. And Mr. President did that in line with his constitutional rule as contained in sections 81 of the 1999 Constitution as amended. And it termed the budget of restoration, securing peace, rebuilding, and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, to my mind, That is the vision of Mr. President for Nigerians for 2025. Mr. Speaker, the budget allocations were made for the budget with security, defense and security, health, and education taking the lead. Mr. Speaker, my problem has always been the implementation of these budgets. And so it is my belief that by 2025, the head of MDAs will interpret the president's vision and implement this budget to the letter. That is the only way Nigerians will be satisfied. Mr. Speaker, this morning, I was worried. I watched on channels television, even when members of the National Assembly are doing their job. Our honorable member, Bami Dele, was on that channel's television. He was complaining how an MDA, having noticed an infraction in the Auditor General's report, that he wrote a letter to this MDA 3 good times. They refused to appear, and they also refused to give any reason for not appearing. And so that, what does that interpret? You know, because yesterday, I want to commend the speech you made and that of the Senate President. If you don't work in partnership with the executive for the betterment of Nigerians, we will continue to make the same mistake. And I also want to believe that the head of agencies who should interpret the president's vision will change their attitude for the betterment of Nigerians. Once again, I want to believe that if these budgets are well implemented, we will cease medical tourism. Today in Nigeria, if you go to private hospitals, the medical facilities are better off than
Honorable Uduak, I thought you had the point of order raised by our dear brother, Honorable
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Igarue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We should try as much as
at this
possible
point,
to
Mr. Speaker,
stick to the subject matter.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I align with the previous speakers in respect to this budget, and I also speak in support of this budget with the maximum level of implementation in 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Zakaria Dauda Nyampa.
Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, the Ian Zozo, my distinguished colleagues, I remain Dauda Zakaria Nyampa, member representing the people of Madagali, Michika Federal Constituency. I'm from Adamawa State. Mr. Speaker, having received the President yesterday with the theme of restoration, security, peace, rebuilding prosperity, I saw that Mr. President is fully aware of the pains of this country, and he has a vision where he said the time of lamentation is over. I also encourage the kind of statement you made, Mr. Speaker, putting in consideration that you are in knowledge of what Nigerians are going through and giving hope for Nigerians. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about rebuilding prosperity, that means somewhere something was destroyed. Coming from the northeastern part of this country, we are the first victim of insecurity. Our houses, our bridges were destroyed. Up till now, our people are still suffering disaster as a result of the insurgents we encountered. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, looking at this budget, you see the allocation for the Northeast Development Commission is less than all the Development Commission that were allocated based on this 2025 budget. These are areas of concern. Since Mr. President is concerned about rebuilding this country, those things that were destroyed, especially in the Northeast, should be considered, and this allocation for the Northeast should be a priority in order to tally with the vision and the theme of Mr. President. These are things that I have observed and I feel we should take. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, our responsibility as legislators is oversight. Primary responsibility is oversight outside lawmaking. Now these things were met. The president followed the constitution and laid the report. It is late for us to ensure that the 15% inflation, which will reduce the suffering of this country, we also oversight to ensure that by next budget, that 15% that Mr. President have said is implemented. Because at the moment, sir, is 34.6% rate of inflation. And this House will also support Mr. President to ensure that 15% is achievable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and God bless you.
Thank you, Honorable Nyampam. The next to speak is Honorable George I. Ozodinobi.
Honorable Bami Sele, kindly take your seat. Honorable Bami Sele.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for pronouncing my surname correctly the first time. Thank you, honorable colleagues. My name is Honorable George Ozodinobi. I represent the good people of Funjikoka and Ocha Dunukofia Federal Constituency. I'm from Anambra State. Mine is very simple, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. Mr. President yesterday spoke like the man I knew in '99 I voted for in Lagos. Very courageous in the output and what he wants to do for Nigerians, but also their areas of interest to me and those I represent. The issue of reducing inflation from 34% to 15%, well, let us see how it goes. It's very hypothetical, but we'll watch and see how it goes. And where I came from, or where I come from, were the most traveled Nigerians in this country. We have cried about political marginalization. We have cried about economic marginalization. We are now being pushed to infrastructural marginalization. Mr. President spoke yesterday about the road, west-south road, and Lagos to Sokoto. And we are observers here that Nigerians took loan based on those major infrastructures, but the most traveled Nigerians, I stand to be challenged, don't have means of transportation to even get to where they are going. No road, major road in Southeast. Like my colleague in Labour said that the road that we are there is in L form. What of the triangular form that will take us from Port Harcourt, Enugu to Maduguri? Road, as it were. Having said that, I am looking at the Southeast Development Commission. It's a new commission. The money I'm seeing that is allocated there is not even enough as a takeoff grant for a commission, as it were. We need, I'll plead with my honorable colleagues to look at it when they are doing their budget debate, as it were, to increase it, because we need much fund as a takeoff grant for such a commission to see if we will have an effective presence. Having said all of that, I think that if this budget is implemented the way it's presented to us, I think Nigerians may probably smile. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Leader. The next to speak is Honorable Chinda.
Honorable Obi, LP, member, you are backing the Speaker. Honorable Obi, kindly take your seat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues. I very most humbly rise to speak on the 2025 appropriation. There is no doubt that our president was optimistic in the 2025 appropriation presentation. I also agree with those who have contributed that if the budget is implemented the way it is presented, that it portends something good for our country. But then we should not lose sight of the fact that this is a projection, and so the major questions we should ask are whether these projections are realizable, and not to sweep it under the carpet that if it is realized. And for it to be realizable, we must look at indices that are on ground. As laudable as the budget may appear, but it also appears that our indices are not completely correct. And so it's not uhuru yet for us as a country. Now, if we take the specifics, which everybody has talked about here, some dancing over it, that we expect a reduction in inflation rate from 36.9 to 15%. That is too ambitious, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues. I don't see how we can achieve that. Even where we achieve the issues of security in 2025, does it follow that immediately the same year that we'll also achieve food security? The answer is completely no. If we achieve security in 2025, we expect fundamental improvement in food security perhaps the following year. But to continue to budget that we are going to achieve security for the country this 2025, and the same 2025 that we're also going to achieve food security is self-deceit. Now, if you also look at the provision for security, which is better than what we have provided before, and look at how much we have paid for ransom within 1 year, you will find out that merely what we are budgeting, it's just 50% more than what we have paid for ransom within the year. The implication is that we are still far from achieving it. As good as it may appear, the budget for security will not take us to the promised land. The revenue target, which we have also projected, is 36.36. And if you also look at the budget, you find out that the revenue sources remain the same, from oil, customs, taxes, and other duties that will be paid by citizens. My prayer and concern is that in achieving this revenue target, let us not overtax our people again. And so this revenue target of 36 might also be overambitious. We should be talking about expanding our sources of revenue. We should be talking about non-oil sector development for the country to earn more. And we should also be talking about, rather than increasing tax, but expanding the tax net. So I also have issues with this target. And then the budget deficit is another source of worry. The deficit still appears to be high. And so I do not see how every Nigerian in 2025 will not go to bed in an empty stomach with this kind of deficit in the budget. It is not possible. That was what Mr. President told us. We also look at the exchange rate. It is projected that we will have an exchange rate of 1,500 per dollar. How are we going to achieve that? Today we are talking about free market, that the exchange rate will be fixed by forces, economic forces. Yes, we ought to plan, but I think that we should look at those economic forces. We are dovetailing between 1,700 and 1,650. What are the things that will improve?
Leader, please can you quickly round up? You know we have only 2 minutes per.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking for the minority, sir.
No, but you cannot speak beyond the 2 minutes because we don't have two rules. The rule is for everyone.
Thank
2
you, sir.
minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I like what I was saying is that the 1,500 exchange rate target, it's also not in line with reality. Now, the area of attention is said to be defense and security, infrastructure, education, and health. My question is, what about human capital development, which is very, very necessary? So I pray that in looking at this budget, honorable colleagues, before we finally pass this budget, we need to capture human capital development as part of our priority as a nation for 2025.
Please, whatever you are unable to speak on, pass the rest to any of our other members who will be given the opportunity to, so that he can continue from where he stopped.
Thank you, sir. Finally, let me just add that there is need for us to consider environmental sustainability. We cannot be planning on an increased daily output in the crude sector, which is the mainstay of the country, and then we also ignore environmental sustainability. We cannot also be planning on that high output without considering the corroded equipment that we still use as a nation, without considering the issue of oil theft, which is still there. So, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, in summary, what I'm still saying is that the budget we have received might appear very beautiful in its outlook, but there is much more for us to do as a nation. I still see it as the same document that we sit here every year to look at and pass. But it behoves us as parliamentarians to take a deep look into the budget and begin to look at those areas that we need to alter without just standing to dance and rejoice over the budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minority Leader. The next speaker is Right Honorable Yusuf Gaddi.
Honorable Zakaria Yampa, you are back in the seat.
And I'm happy that you are the one to speak because I could see a lot of distractions around you.
That is why, Mr. Speaker, sometimes the internet is making Honorable Mikey feel too comfortable. Video calls and others. Mr. Speaker, my name is Yusuf Adam Gagdi. I represent Panshinkanke Kanam Federal Constituency. I'm from Plateau State. Mr. Speaker, not part of my 2 minutes. It's better to be a legal lover boy than illegal lover boy. Mikey knows what I'm talking about. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that this budget talks about restoration, securing peace, rebuilding prosperity. Mr. Speaker, if there have ever been a presentation that is gearing toward my expectation as a parliament, is a presentation made by Mr. President yesterday. A budget that prioritizes 4 key sectors that have correlation with the mandate of the parliament, making laws for peace, order, and good governance. Mr. Speaker, prioritizing welfare of the citizens and their own security. This budget of restoration, securing peace, building prosperity, really speak to the provision of the Constitution that gave parliamentary powers to Parliament in that regard. What are those 4 key sectors, Mr. Speaker? Defense have the highest allocation. Budget that prioritizes infrastructure, which is the hallmark of any meaningful development. Mr. Speaker, budget that prioritizes education, looking at the number of uneducated persons, illiteracy level and literacy level in Nigeria, looking at our educational infrastructures, budget that prioritizes making our education work. Mr. Speaker, welfare of the citizen,
budget that talk about the health. These are the 4 sectors that Mr. President concentrated on and prioritizes it. Mr. Speaker, it has been long that Parliament have been questioning, trying to have a budget that don't give its strength to debt servicing. If we have a budget that have a 34.8 expected revenue and a deficit of 13%, 13 trillion, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President pauses yesterday when he was talking about the deficit, when he was talking about the borrowing aspect of the budget to fund the 2025 budget, he pauses and ponder and said to Nigerians that this have to stop. It means that even the borrowing component of the budget, Mr. President is not happy with it. And we are working toward ensuring that we have a budget that will not dedicate our commitment and energy to servicing debt. Mr. Speaker, in my mind and in my own study and understanding of this budget, Mr. President have done justice to it. The only thing that I will conclude, Mr. Speaker, my 1 minute is this. We must do our oversight function to the best of our ability. Mr. Speaker, is not about the executive performance. The success or failure of any budget implementation lies in the ability of the Parliament to hold executive arm of government to accountable of taxpayers' money that have been appropriated to them. So I call on Mr. Speaker and the members of the House of Representatives, if this budget fail, very beautiful document presented to us by Mr. President fail, we, the Parliament, have failed in discharging our responsibility by holding executive to accountable. The budget is even too small. Considering the exchange rate capacity, if wishes were horses, let's interrogate the budget very well and see other aspects that value should be added to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the 2 minutes to speak.
Honorable Abbas Adiogun, kindly take your seat, please.
Thank you, Honorable Gandhi. Honorable Sani Alhaji Yakubu from Sokoto. Honorable Sani Alhaji, is he around? No?
Chairman, House Committee on Labor, please sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My highly respected colleagues, Abubakar Hassan Nalaraba, OON, Sadaukin Lafia, I represent the good people of Awedo, Maikana Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Nasarawa State. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this privilege and opportunity to lay my voice on the budget presentation yesterday by Mr. President. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said on the total component of this budget. I rise to make my own contribution, and very shortly. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the budget, you will all agree with me that Mr. President is well focused and he plays Nigerian challenges ahead of every other thing. First, the defense component, 4.9 trillion. Mr. Speaker, you need to secure the nation. We need to secure our boundaries before every other thing. Without security, I believe even agricultural security will be practically impossible to achieve in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, most of the times when we go out seeking re-election, Mr. Speaker, we tend to make a lot of promises, and we tend to forget them as soon as we get into the office. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recall that Mr. President, during his campaign, he made a lot of promises to secure the nation. He made a lot of promises to recruit more personnel. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind Mr. President and remind ourselves with those covenants we took during our various campaigns. I would like to remind the President, with this 4.9 trillion security, we need to recruit adequate security personnel. We need to engage our youths that are redundant, that are jobless. We need to go to every nook and cranny of this country, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the numbers of our security personnel, it's very meager to compare to our challenges. We don't just need to take what we have to secure sophisticated equipment to fight insecurity, but we need those personnel that will alleviate most of our teeming youths out of the street and provide jobs for them. Mr. Speaker, lastly, I would like to urge the executive to ensure timely release of those budgetary funds when the budget is being approved. Because without the release, this budget that we all stood here to commend it's practically would make sense without timely release. And to ensure that we legislators perform our own duties and functions. What are our functions? Our functions is to ensure the oversight that those funds releases are adequately executed. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to lay my voice, and I wish and pray that this budget come to reality, inshallah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Nalaraba. The next to speak is Honorable Loke Abijide.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Loke Abijide is my name. I represent the good people of Yabafra constituency. I'm from Kogi State. Mine is going to be more on issue of revenue. I discovered that we are more on expenditure, and consumption is a function of income. So without income, you can consume nothing. I want us to look at how we can encourage these revenue generating agencies like Federal Land Revenue Service, Nigeria Customs Service.
Honorable Tesser,
and how
you and your group, please, can you maintain some orderliness? Please.
We can block the leakages in NMPCL. Because for some time now, they have not been contributing anything to the treasury. You see the deficit of 13.3 trillion. If NMPCL is functioning and is doing what is supposed to be done, I think the deficit can be reduced from this. Our attention has to be focused, and we have to ask the committee on upstream, downstream, to please do their oversight vigorously on this particular agency of the government to block all those leakages so that our deficit can be reduced. Like you see, Nigeria Customs Service as at middle of November 2024,
Yes.
they have
Deputy
surpassed
Speaker.
their target of 5 trillion. They are going to 6.5 trillion as at today. The exchange rate, I believe, is very realistic. The reason being that about $4 billion that they are being used, that are being used to import finished products, petroleum products, is no longer being used for that. That is why you see our reserve is going up. As at yesterday when the president was talking, it was $42 billion. And the higher your reserve, the stronger your currency locally. So these are the things I believe we should focus our attention on, not majorly on expenditure, revenue that can help us achieve all these consumptions that we're talking about. This is my own contribution, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. Thank you.
Honorable Billy Famous Asawaro, kindly take your seat. Honorable Shadipe, stop distracting Honorable Oshoba. Sit down. Thank you.
Thank you, my dear Honorable. The next to speak is Honorable Shina Oyedeji. Is Honorable Shina around?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Shina Oyedeji. I represent the people of Hussein, Itesiwaju, Kajola, and the Wajawa Federal Constituency of Oyo State. Yes, thank you for this privilege and this opportunity. A wonderful presentation from the Mr. President yesterday. Yeah, we've seen a new dimension, a new improvement in budget documentation, and we really appreciate this. However, we really need to call our attention because many of our colleagues have actually mentioned stuff related to this. What matters to me in this budget, I can see an increase in the budget of education to about 3-point-something trillion naira. But what we should be concerned about is how do we improve the process? How will this translate into qualitative education in Nigeria? This is the only way we can empower the youth of this country. With this improvement and this increase in the quota going to education, in line with UNESCO, we need to do a lot in our oversight to make sure that our institutions produce quality students and see how we can review our present policy on education and objective of education in Nigeria with this increment. The 6334, it appears to be failing off. It appears to be failing us in Nigeria as well. This is a new opportunity with this increased quota in this education budget to actually make sure that we do better. And again, in the area of health, is another opportunity for us to see the priorities, where this money will go into. And this we can do at the committee level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Honorable Shina. Honorable Nolan, the next to speak.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, Mr. Speaker, I just want to comment on the issue of revenue. One, the leader just talked about other sources of revenue. And I believe that, that we should also consider the Ministry of Blue Economy and also solid minerals. Because if we actually invest money in blue economy and solid minerals, there is no way we are not going to increase our revenue base in the country. If you look at there are a lot of illegal fishing and illegal mining, and there's no way we can achieve this revenue without investing in this in blue economy and solid minerals. I looked at their budget. The budget of blue economy is about 30-something billion, about 35 plus something billion. So I'm asking that when we are considering this our budget, we should also see the possibilities of increasing the budget of blue economy with specifics on the issue of fishing, because there are some countries there are some countries where you have only Ministry of Fisheries, and that Ministry of Fisheries is a major revenue base for that country. So I'm suggesting that the issue of revenue, we should focus more not just on oil, like minority leader said. We also should look at the issue of we should look at the blue economy with specific on the fisheries. That's one. Mr. Speaker, as I'm commending Mr. President on the infrastructure with regards to coastal roads, the Lagos Calabar, Lagos Sokoto road. Also, these coastal roads cut across major geopolitical zones, except Southeast. So I'm also appealing that we should also consider supporting Southeast in basic infrastructure that we are lacking. The issue of rail line, Southeast, we are not connected. The issue of major infrastructural roads, we are not connected. So please, while we are considering the budget, we should also consider the abandoned Southeast. It's very important to us. Let us not completely abandon Southeast. Please, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nolin. The next speaker is Honorable Marcos.
Honorable Amobi Oga. Honorable Amobi Oga, kindly sit down. Honorable Ali Wakili Boya, kindly sit down. Honorable Ali Wakili Boya.
Honorable Boya, either you sit down properly or there will be no consideration. You can choose one of the two. Please go ahead, Honorable Marcos.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I'm Right Honorable Marcos Onobu. I represent the resplendent people of Eastern West, Eastern Central, and Igwebe Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I rise this morning on behalf of my constituents to support and commend Mr. President for this budget of restoration. Mr. Speaker, this budget seeks to restore the hope of Nigerians. Looking at all sectors of this budget, one will hope that 2025 will be a better year for us all in Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to use this opportunity to commend your leadership for how you have piloted this House, and also to urge my colleagues that in the course of implementation, that we will monitor to make sure that this budget performs 100% to the betterment of Nigerians. I so support, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Marcos. The next to speak is Honorable Aliu Bapa. Is Aliu Bapa Misao around? Okay, go ahead.
The amiable Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Aliu Bapa Misao, representing the people of Misao, Dembam Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, sir, the budget that was presented yesterday was a budget of hope from an opposition person. Mr. Speaker, the budget rose by 35% of last year's budget, which is very transparent. The price of oil is pegged at a very reasonable, so there is hope when prices of oil increase, the deficit of the budget can be funded by those increases. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm so glad to have heard and see that the budget takes cognizance of the dire needs of Nigerian people. That is to ensure security, to ensure food security, to ensure that people can sleep with their eyes closed. I therefore also move, Mr. Speaker, this budget should be passed with the speed of light. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bapa. I will tell Mr. President.
Honorable Bukar Gana Kareto, Chairman Borno Caucus and your group.
From the
Chairman
other
Borno
divide is,
Caucus.
asking us to do with the speed of light, so we don't even need to go through the committees. We can just pass and send to him before 31st December. Thank you for that contribution. Honorable Dominic, you are the next.
Good afternoon, our current speaker, honorable colleagues. My name remains Honorable Engineer Dominic Okafo, and I still represent the very hardworking people of Agota Federal Constituency in Anambra State, including that solution governor, Professor Chukwumacha Soludo. I rise this afternoon to lend my voice on this budget of 49.7 trillion naira, which a lot of people have said that is very ambitious. But let me give you a little analysis. This budget is about 74% higher in naira value than that of last year. But looking at the dollar value, this current budget is about $28.1 billion, which, if you look at very well, looking at the exchange rate, of course, we know that dollar is an international currency. It's actually about 23.2% less than that of 2024, if you are considering it in dollar value. Why I lend my voice to support the second reading of this budget, let me also say that the effective implementation of 2024 budget, which is still running, which we have just extended the life to June next year, the effective implementation will go a long way to see that this 2025 budget derives the results. And let me also, without sounding very sectional, say that the over 4 trillion naira that was allocated to defense is very good. But let me also use the opportunity to appeal to President to also consider some non-kinetic means. And what am I saying? In the Southeast, for some time now, every Monday is a sit at home. A lot of people...
Honorable Dominic, don't forget, we agreed to speak on the subject matter.
No, I'm thinking on the...
Speak to the figures of the budget and issues arising from the figures.
Yes, my speaker, I'm not digressing. I'm also talking about the defense. 4.9 billion is allocated to defense. I'm also talking about insecurity. The essence of that is to ensure that there is security of life and property across the country. And that's why I'm using the same opportunity to appeal to the president to consider the political release of Nnamdi Kanu, which is one of the major issues of insecurity in that section. So with that, I'm lending my voice that this budget be passed. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. The next to speak is a very honorable pastor, the man I respect so much spiritually.
Honorable Gali.
It's my honor to identify Honorable Pastor Ize Nwachukwu Ize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He has answered our own GCON, the speaker that has the highest ovation in the history of parliament in Nigeria.
Please go ahead. We don't have time. Go straight to subject matter, please.
Eze Nwachukwu Eze is my name. I represent the most productive people of Ebonyi, Ohuku Federal Constituency, the salt of the nation, Ebonyi State. Mr. Speaker, before us is the 2025 appropriation proposal, which in all indication means the expectation of Mr. President for this country, his thought, his will, what he believes that will be done for the interest of this country, of which I'm going to talk about the key areas in line with our rules. Defense. Mr. Speaker and respected colleagues, I am a member of the Defense Committee, and very recently our able chairman took us on oversight to Defense Intelligence Office here in Abuja. And what we saw on ground and the budget here is an indication that the Mr. President is aware of the situation and the circumstances. I think this budget is well implemented. Nigeria will begin a bold step towards moving out of insecurity to a secure nation.
Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, the 4.9 trillion budgeted for the security and the gadgets that is required to be procured to ensure that Nigerians are well secured are quite aligned with that, representing my constituency, that this figure is very good. And looking at other items as before us, the education, Nigerians must be educated under secure environment. In agriculture, we must go to farm and produce what we eat and eat what we produce. It's under secured environment. I quite align myself. But Mr. Speaker and respected colleagues, I am from the leading party, the ruling party, the All Progressive Congress, and I'm now a repentant member of the party. However, I have my concern, which aligns with the submission of the minority leader. I don't see the workability of this budget, if passed 100%, without diversification in area of revenue. We can maintain this same source of revenue and expect a reasonable change if we must tell ourselves the truth, as we are elected to do here. The president and executive should please look into it and ensure that we diversify. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, as I am rounding up, there is a very, very, very important aspect of this, of our budget that needs to be given critical attention to, the area of recurrent expenditures. Recurrent expenditures. We don't oversight the recurrent expenditures of MDAs. And through this, the nation's resources is being siphoned. I won't go further than this, but I know the relevant committees will do justice to this. When all these T's and I's dotted and crossed, Mr. Speaker, respected colleagues, on behalf of my constituency, we are in support of the budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Pastor. The next to speak is my dear junior brother, Honorable Ogeu David.
Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I remain Ogeu David Agada, member representing Oju, Obi Federal Constituency. I'm from Benue State, the food basket of the nation. Mr. Speaker, let me toe the line of my other honorable colleagues in appreciating you for your leadership and the entire House leadership for the good thoughts and for remaining committed to be the people's speaker. And that has really shown in this budget estimate of 2025. My colleagues have said a lot regarding this budget. I just want to lend my voice that this budget that has been presented by Mr. President is a very good budget, well thoughtful of him, that if we're implemented, the country will have a cause, of course, to smile. And that's why he deemed it fit to target a budget of restoration. Restoration has to do with us coming back to the root we have left for so long. And what are those roots? The days when we used to have peace in our communities. The days where our agricultural produce were at top notch. The times where we have good road networks all over the country. We can move freely at peace. I believe so much well that this budget of restoration will bring back this lost glory that
have left this country. Having said this, I want to encourage our members, my honorable colleagues, that the honor is on us to ensure that this budget is well implemented. Because no one will come to repair our home except by ourselves. Most times we thought to sort for machineries outside to come and help us. But I can tell you, with the formation and the training we have as a people, especially at the area of security, the armed forces is really trying. Some of us, seeing what is going on, we can attest that where we were before, there is an improvement in it. And if this budget is well implemented, I can assure us, both on kinetic level and non-kinetic level of approach in this security, I can assure us that we will obtain that desired peace that we all seek for as a nation. So I urge all of us to support this budget so that it will be passed and we see to the full implementation of this budget for our country, Nigeria, to have a cause to smile again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, for this privilege.
Thank you, Honorable David. The next speaker is Honorable Pascal Abodike.
Thank you, my right honorable Speaker, Speaker of the... I am Right Honorable Pascal Abodike. I speak for Ihala Federal Constituency, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend my voice in support of the passage of 2025 appropriation. Mr. Speaker, it might interest us to know that the primary responsibility of every responsible and responsive government is to protect its citizenry. Mr. Speaker, looking at the 2025 budget, you will see that the administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu is ready to secure the life and property of Nigerians. Mr. Speaker, it is our collective responsibility to give him support for the speedy passage of this appropriation. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak as a concerned security. Security is what we can ensure. If we ensure security for Nigerians, every other aspect of this bill shall go smoothly without any disturbance. Mr. Speaker, without security, you cannot ensure good and qualitative education in the country. Without security, the aspect of agriculture in this law cannot go well. Mr. Speaker, it is very, very important that we pay serious attention on the matter of security. Most part of the country today, people can no longer access their farmland, even their homes. But in some states, like Anambra, where we have a very responsible and responsive government of Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, who is supporting Mr. President in fighting the war of insecurity that is challenging the country today. He needs more support. Let this budget target federal character in terms of infrastructure. I've seen aspect of the budget of this year. If we properly put proper oversight function in this budget, we shall get it right in Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, truly there is hope that this budget is the budget of economic prosperity. Mr. Speaker, I support for the passage of this appropriation to go for second reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Pascal. The next to speak is Honorable Julius Pondi. I don't think if he's around. I've not seen his face. He has gone now, right? Then we have Honorable Komoti B. Lowry. And I'm sure you speak on behalf of yourself and that of our dear brother next to you.
Thank you very much. With profound respect, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues.
I am Kwamoti Bitrus Laori. I speak for the people of Jamsa Numan Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I rise to show my concern, I express my concern about this budget in respect of the provision on agric and food security. Last year, agric, in terms of GDP, contributed 24.9. This year, first quarter is 19.63. And we know that there is a reduction in the production of agric produce because of the flooding and the insecurity that has bedeviled this country. Last year budget in terms of agric and food security was 369.9 billion. And what we are having here is 155. And I think that is quite inadequate. In as much as, yes, we have made adequate provision for security, to provide security, but we have to know that in respect of this show of security, some of the hardware and software that we are going to get to fight this insecurity are not off the shelf. Some of them will require a long time to produce. And that means invariably it will take time for us to see the effect of those things that we are going to acquire. But what is the gestation period of rice? 2 months, you cultivate your rice in the 3rd month. 2 to 3 months you cultivate. And that invariably means that we need to put more attention. I was expecting that agric and food security should have more than what it is having now. We have a lot of unemployment. Rising inflation and food prices. India, with all the population, is the highest rice exporter. And they don't have that arable land, that fertile land that we have. We have waters here that we can grow rice 3 to 4 times a year. But really, it's quite disappointing, the provision that is made in respect of agric and food security. And I think as Parliament, we need to look deeply into this and tinker with it where possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kwamoti. The next to speak, let me just shift a little but not following the list. To recognize some people from these two groups. Let me start with Robozana. Robozana, what is your position today? Acting Deputy House Leader, Abi?
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Thank you very much, sir. It will interest you to know, the Excellency, that I've deputized Honorable Julius Hembere in the 9th Assembly. Yeah, it's now a big honor, sir. And he's deputy again. Your Excellency, I want to also contribute. One of my colleagues earlier mentioned about the Northeast Development Commission. Your Excellency, the establishment of the Northeast Development Commission is a little bit different with other commissions. Our situation is very, very complex, Your Excellency. In 2011 to 2015, about 16 local governments were under the control of Boko Haram. Then the commission was created. Your Excellency, at that time, the insurgency has created several negative impacts, like the economic impact. Markets were not there. Agriculture, which is the main activity of the region, is affected. Trade declined. And so also the local economy of the community was destabilized. Your Excellency, the Northeast Development Commission, as one of my earlier colleagues has mentioned, I don't know what parameter has been used to allocate these low resources to the Northeast Development Commission. It will also interest our members to know that during our recent visit to oversight visit to some state in the Northeast, we found out that the Northeast Development Commission is involved in constructing major bridges of the federal government, like the Gombe, Bauchi. We have 2 bridges that have collapsed. The Northeast Development Commission was constructing those bridges. Those bridges are very important in connecting the Northeast and other countries of Chad, Niger, and Cameroon. So the Northeast Development Commission should be regarded by the appropriation committee so that more funds will be allocated so that to carry out more jobs in the Northeast. We have to also commend the effort of the governor Governor Babagana Umara Zulum in rehabilitating, reconstructing, and rehabilitating all those affected. Up to now, there are 2 local governments in Borno State. Abadam local government, where the soldiers were there, but there are no authorities, there are no people. When you go to Guzamala local government, there are no people, there are no soldiers.
Honorable Bello Erufai, you have been promoted today. To God be the glory. You come and sit near our leader and tap wisdom.
So, Your Excellency, in supporting the budget to be read for the second
Honorable
time,
Akala, can you appreciate him with a clap?
So, Your Excellency, I rise here to finally say that, Your Excellency, we need more funding in the Northeast Development Commission. The Appropriation Committee should look into this so that Your Excellency, justice will be done to the Northeast Development Commission. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Honorable Zanna. Honorable Shetima.
Mohamed Olaide, kindly sit down, please.
Use this. Use this one.
Okay. So this one is faulty. Thank you, Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Speaker, Dr. Tajuddin Abbas, GCON, Yazazo. Mr. Speaker, though our time has been pegged for only 2 minutes, I'll try and summarize what I have on the issue of the 2025 appropriation bill as presented by Mr. President yesterday. Tagging the budget of 2025 as budget of restoration, security, peace, and rebuilding prosperity is really in tandem with the situation we are in this country today. And having the budget of 49.7 trillion being the budget size, containing a lot of ambitious developmental projects, including the other sectors of security, education, agriculture, I think it is in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, while we are talking of the 2025 budget, I must hasten to remind ourselves of the position of the 2024 budget, which is in almost halfway of implementation at this stage. I believe we should push for its logical implementation by having high performances while moving into the 2025 budget, though it will take some months or weeks, I can say, going by the size, and then as we are going on little break, likely to come back on at the onset of the new year. Mr. Speaker, sir, one important thing I must point out here is the issue of infrastructural development. Mr. Speaker, I want, or I may, on behalf of my constituency, Burusari Gairem Yunusari, Federal Constituency of Yobe State, and by extension all Nigerians, appeal to the executive to declare state of emergency on the reconstruction of dilapidated roads across the nation. Mr. Speaker, while we are talking of new roads, we need to reconstruct those being used presently by the Nigerian citizens. Wherever you are going on all directions in this country, you will find failed roads that leads to loss of lives in most cases. This should be done immediately, Mr. Speaker. And I am suggesting, having put those regional commissions development commissions for the 6 geopolitical zones. Money or funds for the infrastructural development should be channeled as a matter of emergency for them to take off the reconstructions of all deflagrated roads across the nation. And the issue of security, we have been talking of security every now and then, and by budgeting almost 5 trillion for the security sector, I believe more should be done on this side, having all things being equal. I believe there should be an improvement, including recruitment of.
It appears that the chief whip is biased.
Sorry, sir. That's why I said the 2 minutes.
You should have used your.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Because it's from Bono.
Lastly, sir, the issue of dollarization of our economy should also be considered, because this dollarization is really killing our economy, Mr. Speaker. Transactions, always we are talking about by tagging or pegging $1,500 to a naira to $1 formally. I think, Mr. Speaker, this thing should be done, should be considered.
Thank you, Honorable Shakima.
No hope.
I think you have contributed enough. Thank you so much for
Thank
all
you,
you have
Mr.
said.
Speaker, for cutting me off.
We have taken note.
But giving me the opportunity to speak anyway. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Cyril Hart, if he's still around. Cyril Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, my name is Hart Cyril Godwin. I represent the fabulous people of Boni, Degema, Fidro constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Rivers State. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start with the words of Captain Thomas Sankara. Sankara said, we must choose either champagne for a few or safe drinking water for all. Mr. Speaker, this budget before us chose the latter. Safe drinking water for all. Why do I say so? Mr. Speaker, the budget has a recurrent expenditure of 14.1 trillion naira as against an aggregate capital for development of 17.8 trillion naira. That is 3 trillion naira or circa 4 trillion naira over the recurrent expenditure. It's the first in the history of this country. So it chose drinking water for all. Mr. Speaker, I listened to your vote of thanks. You took time to remind us that our budget is small, given our population. And I completely agree with you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Honorable Dominic has given us a dollar equivalent of this budget. This budget is not only slim, it is very, very slim compared to 2024 budget. But the truth of the matter remains that the tailor cannot make your agbada or your etibo except with the size or quantity of fabric that was given to him. Honorable colleagues, we have to grow the pie. So I will align my thoughts with Honorable Leke that talks about revenue. So I'm going to speak on revenue.
Time up.
I'll speak on revenue, Mr. Speaker.
Please try to round up quickly.
Yes.
Try to round up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I speak on revenue. Let us look at gas revenue. The NLNG, as we speak, if you look at this budget, is contributing 776 billion naira. It can do over 1 trillion naira for us if indeed we'll develop our upstream sector. Let me end by saying that the NDC budget is quite slim, given that it covers 9 states. I think we should also improve the NDC budget to address particularly the environmental issues and, of course, the social impact of crude oil theft. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, as I support this budget.
Thank you, Honorable Hart. Honorable Mitema.
Honorable Jafar Uleko, kindly sit down, please. Honorable Jafar
Thank
Uleko.
you, the Right Honorable Mr. Speaker. My name is Honorable Chief Mitema Obodo. I speak for Ogbea Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Mr. President, in keeping with Section 81, Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, came before the joint session of the National Assembly to lay the budget. We welcome it, Mr. Speaker. And I want to commend you particularly for taking this quick action and allowing for legislative debate on the second reading of this bill. Mr. Speaker, I support the second reading of this bill with all the fiber in me, but I will make one or two little comments. I am aware of the fact that I have 2 minutes. I will end at 1 minute and 30 seconds. Mr. Speaker, to us from the Christian extraction, security is like seeking the kingdom. We believe that if you seek the kingdom, every other thing will be added. So much have been said. Honorable Jah, Honorable Jimmy, and several other speakers, and therefore I want to adopt their submissions as though they were mine. But by way of addendum, Mr. Speaker, let me also say that the prioritization of the 4 sectors by Mr. President is highly welcomed. The second that comes to mind after security, therefore, is the issue of infrastructure. Now, I want to submit with utmost loyalty that in implementing infrastructure, a proper scale of preference be drawn. There is no need, or there will be no excuse for us not to connect the rail lines to the Bayelsa, Rivers, Calabar, and the Akwa Ibom corridors. It is very key and it is very, very important to us. Mr. Speaker, having talked about the time, let me therefore align myself with the submissions just made by Cyril. Of course, they were earlier made by Leke on the issue of revenue. I adopt their submissions as though they were mine. There is need for us to expand our dragnet in terms of generating revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. God bless you.
Thank you, my brother. Honorable Victor Obuzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Iyazauza, GCON. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak to this budget. The presentation by our president was perfect. It was good. Speaking to the numbers, I want to speak to infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. 4.06 trillion to infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, my name Victor Obuzo, representing the people of Oba Igbe Mount Doni Federal Constituency. I'm from Rivers State. My constituency is one of the largest contributors to the purse of this country. Mr. Speaker, my constituency is also one of the most hit by the flood. That's why I'm speaking to infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, when the flood hits, everything about the farm produce, everything is dead. We're talking about food security, we're talking about infrastructure to support. Mr. Speaker, by doing a little infrastructural projects in this constituency as regards some damming, as well as, Mr. Speaker, some embankments, and some desilting and dredging of the waterways, the food security of this area will be secure. Mr. Speaker, we have enough land. It's just that when the flood comes, the volume that comes from the Niger Benue system ends in my constituency, submerging us over 60–70%, Mr. Speaker. Meaning all the farm produce, what we planted, dies. Mr. Speaker, if we are able to mitigate by channeling certain infrastructure to this region, we will be able to support this region in terms of food security, and also they will have enough to export and also support the income of the country, Mr. Speaker. I so submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. God bless Nigeria.
Thank you, my brother. Honorable Adamu Tanko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Respected colleagues, Adamu Tanko is my name, and I'm speaking for the people of Suleja, Gurara, and Tafu Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Niger State. Let me, first of all, Mr. Speaker, toe the line of my colleagues by commending your leadership, which was obviously in display yesterday, not only by the general applause by the House, but also by your passionate appeal in identifying and acknowledging the plight of Nigerians. Mr. Speaker, strong leadership.
Honorable Zainab, you didn't even submit your name.
Strong leadership.
Well, if it is, we'll call you.
Is very important.
We are following this serially, so just bear with us, please.
Mr. Speaker, strong leadership is very important in inspiring hope and achieving development. From the countenance of Mr. President yesterday, and also the content of the budget, we can obviously say it has inspired a lot of hope, and we are very hopeful that in the course of the implementation of the 2025 budget is going to restore or to contribute in stabilizing the country and restoring the depleted middle class in this country. Mr. Speaker, a lot have been said with respect to the budget's provision for agriculture. I would like to broaden that aspect. I would like to look at it from a slightly different perspective. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, looking at the sectors that receive the largest chunk of the allocations, they are very, very important sectors. But looking at it within the economic capacity of Nigeria, you realize that neither in defense nor in infrastructure or health or education that Nigeria is a major player. Mr. Speaker, we're experiencing a very severe problem of foreign exchange deficit. We're also experiencing huge crisis with respect to monetary stability.
Honorable Bashir Barningwari, stop distracting.
I believe agriculture is
kindly
one
seek
aspect.
permission from the chief whip before seeing the speaker.
Agriculture is an important aspect of our comparative advantage. And for us to use the instrument of the 2025 budget to address the issues of foreign exchange deficits and monetary challenges, we must invest in agriculture, which we believe will, constituting a larger chunk of the GDP, will bring up a lot of Nigerians to work and contribute in stabilizing our currency. Mr. Speaker, this is my submission, and thank you.
Honorable Isa Mohammed Anka.
Thank you very much. My name is Honorable Isa Muhammad Anka. I'm from Zamfara State, sir. I really want to appreciate Mr. President and the leadership style of the National Assembly and my esteemed colleagues. Mr. Speaker, sir, a lot has been said on the issue of yesterday's budget, which has been tagged the budget of restoration. Undoubtedly, sir, and in relative terms, this budget is far more ambitious than the previous ones. I want to make emphasis only on two issues, because this is an issue that concerns not only our area, but the country at large. And that I want to join my colleagues, particularly on the issue of security. The fact of the matter is that there is serious nexus and positive correlation between security and all tiers, all sectors of the economy. In other words, tackling security will have a multiplier effect on the development. And I think that is the major essence of any budget. However, sir, the second issue, although being emphasized, but to me superficially, is the issue of implementation. Statutory transfer, sir, which is the statutory responsibilities of Ministry of Finance and Accountant General, should be taken into serious consideration. This year's budget, for example, is an eye-opener. 5 to 6 months into the budget, only 10% of that has been achieved, thanks to the intervention of Almighty God through the Appropriation Committee, which has gingered up, the issue of implementation. So I really want to emphasize on that implementation, though a lot of things, came up.
Round of honorable time.
Thank you very
Round
much.
up.
So I therefore call on my honorable colleagues to give a serious support on this budget issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Anka. The next to speak is Honorable Ambassador Daniel Asama, if he's still around.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I still remain Ambassador Daniel Asama. I represent the people of Bassar Jos North Federal Constituency, Mr. Speaker, I'm from Plateau State. Indeed, I am excited about the fact that yesterday was seamless and it was amazing that we accept this proposal. However, I'm also worried and concerned about the line item in budget, especially the defense. The 2.4 trillion approximated for defense piqued my interest. I came from an agrarian and yet cosmopolitan constituency. Our people do farming as one of the most prosperous things in their lives. Of late, Mr. Speaker, we know a lot of them have been displaced. Farming had become difficult, and hence food insecurity is endemic. I will call, as I lend my voice in support of this appropriation, that issues
Honorable
of security
Dennis Abo. Honorable
be
Dennis
taken
Abo.
keenly. Implementation of this line item is keen for me, and I know for Nigeria entirely. I want to call on the executive to ensure the implementation of this line item, and us as parliamentarians to be steadfast in our oversight and to make sure that these figures are being put into work so as to have good food security and at the same time bless our people with their lands back, because a lot of them are displaced and they are not able to do the function of producing food for the nation. I so support and I submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Eze Nwakuchuku Eze. Honorable Dennis Abo from Enugu, kindly sit down, please.
The next speaker is Honorable Bello Isa Ambarura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my distinguished colleagues. I am Bello Isa Ambarura. I represent the people of Godabawa and Elela Federal Constituency. I'm from Sokoto State, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let me first and foremost congratulate you for the successful hosting of Mr. President.
Honorable Usman Arizana, Chairman Northeast Development Commission.
Mr. Speaker, what you have seen yesterday is a clear demonstration of your leadership style in this National Assembly. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I deemed it necessary to contribute immensely on the 2025 budget. I want to discuss on two areas on the 2025 budget. Though enough or a lot has been said about one of the areas, that is the security aspect, whereby 4.9 trillion naira has been allocated.
Honorable Bashir
to the
Barningwari,
security
your attention is needed by the Deputy
in
Speaker.
order to tackle the security.
Your attention
in
is
this
needed by the
country.
Deputy Speaker.
Why I say I want to speak on this, Mr. Speaker, is because I came from the volatile area, the area that is characterized and extracted by the banditry and other security architecture in this country. Because when you talk of Northwest, particularly Sokoto State, and in Sokoto, in my local government, which border with Niger Republic, that is Ilela, we are always having a sleepless night. People will not go into the farming. People are not allowed to do everything socially and economically. So in this respect, I'm the one to be happy on the allocation made to the area of defense in this country. Mr. Speaker, the other aspect that I want to discuss is the road construction. That is the construction of road from Sokoto to Badagry. In fact, this is commendable, Mr. Speaker. Why I commended it, because this road is not only starting from Sokoto town or the headquarters of Sokoto State, but it's starting from my constituency, from Ilela up to Badagry. So this is highly commendable, and I really appreciate and cherish Mr. President for the successful deliberation of this, presenting of this budget to the National Assembly. So I would like to commend and appeal to all members of the National Assembly to ensure that they come together and pass this budget without any further delay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to contribute.
Thank you, Rano.
Thank you
Honorable
very-
Ambassador James Barker.
Thank you very much.
Kindly
The
sit
next-
down, please. Honorable Ambassador James Barker.
The next to speak is Honorable Alawa Kala.
Thank you.
Malam Bukar Kareto, Chairman Borno
Mr.
State
Speaker.
Caucus. Kindly sit down.
I remain Olamijuwonlo Ayodeji Alawakala, representing Nigerians starting from Ogbomoso North, South, and Orire Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from the Pace-Setter State, Oyo State. Mr. Speaker, we'll all agree with me that as at yesterday when Mr. President came here, the 2024 budget, the renewed hope, our hopes were renewed as at yesterday. Because, yes, I'm making a speech, please, my honorable members. Now he has brought up a new budget to commensurate and to continue from where he stopped with our renewed hope. He has brought a budget of restoration, a budget that is aiming at the security of the nation and also the economic stability of the nation. We all know that when a place is secured, the economy can grow. We all know that when a place is secured, there can be flourishment in the town and on the land. So, with this, I want to stick to what all my other colleagues have spoken about other figures about the defense. Defense being 4.91 trillion, not 2.9 as my colleague earlier on said, to repeat it, the defense budget. So, and I also want to commend the president on the budget that is concentrating more on the youths. All the youth funds in the budget have been kept intact. The National Youth, the Youth Empowerment Fund, 25 billion is there, kept intact. The loan, the student loan, and also the investment loan fund, also NEL fund, and everything that's targeted at empowering the youth of this nation. I want to urge my colleague to please support this bill because of this intrinsic youth empowerment that is intricated in this bill. So I urge my colleagues to please support it, and I so move. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next to speak is Honorable Boyega Ishaka. We have a lot of names here. Please, let's maintain the 2 minutes so that it will go around.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Boyega Ishaka, and I represent the good people of Yewa North, Imekwa from Federal Constituency of Ogun State. A lot has been said about this very beautiful budget presentation yesterday by Mr. President. And of course, given the time that is allotted, I will only just say that the budget clearly demonstrates audacity of leadership by Mr. President, the audacity of courage, boldness, and visionary leadership. And that, I want to join my colleagues in thanking Mr. President and the entire leadership of the National Assembly for the way the program went yesterday. But from all available indications and projections, definitely Nigerian economy has reached a point of inflection, as economists will say. At what speed and at what rate will it begin to rise is in the hand of all of us, the government and the governed. How much level of patriotism, how much level of trust, and how much do we put into ensuring that we have the nation that we have? I think that is what we need to do, such that we will be able to realize all the good benefits that has been mentioned in this budget. There have been talks about the budgets being too courageous and all of that, or the numbers too big. But I think that when we look at where we are as a nation and what we are capable of doing, I have no doubt in my mind that every bit of what was said yesterday can be achieved if we do all that we need to do.
Round up, please.
But I need to just mention the investment in infrastructure, and that has also been mentioned here today. Someone even described it as an L-shaped, line. But I can say that there are so much of, strategic investment all over the country.
You are distracting Chairman House Committee on Appropriation.
On behalf of the people of Yewa North, Imekwa for Federal Constituency, I want to specially thank Mr. President for the commencement of work on the Ilara-Ilashe Road. That is a major 107-kilometer road that borders Benin Republic, and which is going to be a major boost to the agri development of that this state that this
round up, please. Please round up, Honorable.
That this budget seeks to pursue. Once again, I join on behalf of the people of my constituency.
Honorable Shadipe, you are distracting a senior
budget
legislator.
To be read for the second time. Thank you very much.
Take your seat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ishaka. The next to speak is Honorable Nemero Dekeri. He's not here. Dekeri.
Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, my name remains Anameru Dekeri. I speak for Nigerians, starting from Isako Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to commend Mr. President and his team for the budget of restoration that was presented before these hallowed chambers yesterday. I join members of these hallowed chambers to salute his courage. At the same time, I want to especially thank the leadership of the House for their wonderful submission during the presentation yesterday. Mr. Speaker, I want to say without doubt that the budget presented yesterday was a budget of big dreams. Every achievement, every landmark achievement being celebrated all over the world today were conceived, are dreamed by men and women who dreamt big. And it do come with doubts, just like we are having today. But I can assure you, with our shared commitments, with our dedication and patriotism, with the meticulous allocation of the available resources by Mr. President, our big dreams is achievable. Let me especially salute the Nigerians for their resilience, for their determination and commitment.
Round up.
To
Round up, please.
The government. And I want to speak to them at this time to let them know that with the budget we are seeing right now, the worst is over for Nigeria. The president has done his bit. He cannot do it all alone.
Round up, please.
It requires our collective
Round
effort. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I want to charge us, like most of our colleagues have said, that we have our role to play for the success of this budget. For the budget to achieve its
Honorable Philip
objective,
Agbese, Deputy Chairman, Media.
For the budget to achieve its
Sit
objective,
down, please.
Mr.
Agbese.
Speaker, for this budget to achieve its objective, as Parliament, we need to step up our constitutional duty of oversight to ensure that the vision Mr. President has for this nation comes to fulfillment. Distinguished colleagues, Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues, I thank you so much for your audience, and I urge you on behalf of Esako Federal Constituency to support that this budget be read for the second time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, thank you very much. The microphone will be off when you are speaking, but while you are speaking, I would like you to be watching. If it turns red, just know that your 2 minutes is up, because we are so many, and we have to give little time to everybody. Carried? Good. So just be, even if the chief whip is not shouting your name and disturbing what they are saying, just be watching the mic, because we are watching the time. Once it's 2 minutes, it will go red. That way to guide you. So we'll have Olumido Shoba speak, and following him is Engineer Sani Bala, and after him will be Honorable Hassan Folada. It's just for you to gather your thoughts before you are called up. So the next person is Olumide, followed by Engineer Sanis Bala, and then after that, Hassan Folada. Yusuf Gadi has already spoken. And then after Folada will be Honorable Satomi Ahmed. So gather your thoughts.
Olumide Oshoba is not around, sir.
All right. So let's now call Honorable Sani Bala.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. I remain Honorable Dr. Engineer Sani Bala, representing Sanyawa Gari Federal Constituency from Kano State. Mr. Speaker, I want to dwell on two national issues that has to do, number one, with issue of power, infrastructure, security. It can be recalled that just some few weeks ago, this House resolved on a motion that has to do with the security of the power infrastructure in the country. So I will want to dwell on the issue of the transmission lines that are being prone to incessant attacks by vandalists. It can be recalled that the government can afford to sell the generation part of the power and the distribution, but due to the importance of the security attached to transmission lines, nowhere in the world do you see the government selling or privatizing the transmission sector. So I will want to, call on us to see well the reason behind putting security on the power infrastructure, especially as it concerns transmission line, and the need for us to also trespass the country in a loop system where you can have, where you have problem, you can isolate and feed the other section of the country as required. Just recently, the Northern part of the country was plunged into incessant darkness as a result of the vandalism of the power sector. And this is because we are not prepared to make the system to be looped across the country, where you will have some section, very minor section of the country being isolated because of its problem peculiar to it. So I will want to advise that we should see reason to put in to put in money adequate for the transmission sector in the country. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I also want to speak on the issue of food security. There was a motion resolved by this House as I moved it some months ago on the issue of food security, where you have all our borders open and our maize, corn, millets, everything has been taken out of the country without proper governance. So I will want the country to know that all our neighbors
It's not from here. I think they off you. So you actually go on 1 minute past your time. Let's stick to the time. Please open his mic so that he can round up, please.
It's the issue of food security, where we have from the unknown market hundreds of trailers, load of maize, rice, corn, millet, everything has been carted away through the borders. But in replica, you will discover that these countries bordering Nigeria will never allow their food. Even beans were disallowed to be taken into Nigeria from the Niger Republic. It's no longer available. You cannot find beans coming into Nigeria. But why should we be allowing our food always be taken through the borders across the other countries? So I want us to, on the issue of security, to put in the custom to be on alert, immigration to be on alert as far as food security is concerned, so that we reserve what we put, we eat what we produce. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Fulata, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I am Abubakar Sanfulata. I represent Berniwa Krika Sama Gudi Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Jigawa State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, Budget 2025 is premised on certain principles, which I consider, some of which I consider to be really problematic. First of all, the exchange rate of 1,400 naira to the dollar is problematic because the price of dollar at the private market is 1,700 or 1,650. Now, this will encourage currency speculation, and it will encourage currency speculation, and we don't have the enough dollars to support our balance of payment problems. So I think we should jack up the exchange rate to a more realistic figure. Secondly, the price of crude per barrel, $75, is also problematic. Currently, crude is selling 72, 73. If by the next 2 weeks, the price of crude is not up to 75, we are starting a very good, a bad note. We are starting with a deficit. So this one is also problematic. Thirdly, dedicating 30% of the budget to debt servicing is also problematic. It's too much. It should be reduced. Fourthly, Mr. Speaker, the issue of deficit, 13 trillion naira deficit is too much. The MTEF that we approved projected revenue of over 64 trillion. So why deficit budget? So we should also, in approving this budget, we should do away with this 13 trillion deficit. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the United Nations benchmark for all nations as regards budgeting for education is 20%, 26%. Now, we just dedicated 3.5 trillion to education, less than 6%. I think we need to do more. Thank you.
Thank you for sticking to time. That's very impressive. The next to speak is Honorable Satomi Ahmed. That will be followed by Honorable Enoa Gava. And then Honorable Philip Abase will be following suit. Your time starts now, Honorable Satomi, and the time is 14:26. You are stopping at 14:28.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished honorable colleagues, I remain Engineer Satomi Ahmed. I'm representing the most flood-ravaged constituency of 2024, Jere Federal Constituency, Mr. Speaker. I'm from Borno State. I rise, Mr. Speaker, while thanking you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President has submitted the budget yesterday, which the budget is an indication of Mr. President's recognition of the pressing issues across the country. Mr. Speaker, it's very commendable for Mr. President particularly to put in a huge budget of about I'm talking of security, about 4.2 to the defense sector. But Mr. Speaker, as chairman of the National Security, I'm so worried looking at the indices and statistics available comparing not other continent countries, but African countries. Egypt, compared to their population, they have a budget of about 7.8 billion in their defense, with a reserves army of 800,000, managing over 1,000 aircraft. Algeria with 6.8 billion, South Africa with 3.6 billion. In our country of banditry, insecurity, of Boko Haram, agitation of separationists in the southeast, and many more. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want us to critically, this time around, to look at the budget of the security and let it be different, looking at considering the contemporary challenges of cyber security, cyber crime. So also emphasis must be given to non-kinetic solution. We have been passing budget in this chamber since 8 assembly to 9 assembly, huge to the defense sector. But let's not repeat what we have been doing. This time around, let's give emphasis to non-kinetic solutions, technology of cyber security, because depending about cyberspace is very important and very significant to the nation. If we can secure our cyberspace, our cyber gadgets, definitely Nigeria will see improvement not only in physical security, but including economic securities. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want to put in my voice to the budget of the Northeast Development Commission, one of the largest in terms of area, about 2,876 kilometers, that's 107 square kilometers, having about 30% population. But we are the least in having only 290 billion earmarked for the Northeast Development Commission. This is so worrisome compared to some of the new development commissions that have just been mentioned. We have a lot of pending issues going on. The post-insurgency crisis is requiring huge funding that even the crisis period. So therefore, I also want us to look at it. Mr. Speaker, lastly, I want to commend my senior colleague, Honorable Pulata, for digressing into the real budget of about looking, the president says that 38 or 34 billion has to come from revenue. And these oil revenues from the MTF we have seen. It's good if we would have a detail of what actually the petroleum sector will contribute
to round
and what
up
the
now.
tax revenue will contribute. This will give us a guideline even if we have a deficit in terms of exchange rate, lower in production within which. But with the commitment that Mr. President has given to us, with the courage and enthusiastic words that he has shown to the National Assembly by saying that inflation will come down from 34% to 15%, exchange rate will drop, and inshallah, this is an optimistic promises, Mr. President. And last, Mr. Speaker, 1 minute, that we must strengthen our oversight. This time around, the game will not be as usual. Because this is the only way we can help Mr. President to achieve the full implementation of the.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know you have a lot of good, innovative things to say. It's just a matter of time that is restricting us. But I must commend you on the non-kinetic approach, which is saving us costs. Cyber security also is very important. Those are key issues you've raised within the space. Thanks a lot. The next to speak is Honorable Enoa. Please restrict it to 2 minutes or we'll turn off the phone to enable others to speak. The list is too much. 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am Right Honorable Garba, member representing the entire people of Nigeria, more especially the people of Yoma to the Bafara constituency, from Gombe State, and from the most backward region and the most neglected in Nigeria, Northeast geopolitical zone. Mr. Speaker, I am worried looking at the content or the quantum of the budget of 4.97 trillion presented before us yesterday by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who was the leader of APC before becoming the president. Mr. Speaker, currently the Petroleum Minister is equally the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And Mr. Speaker, looking at the budget of Ministry of Petroleum, I have seen a very negligible amount of 46 billion. If you could remember, Mr. Speaker, on the 22nd November 2022, when the former President Muhammadu Buhari and the current President, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, kickstart and commissioned the exploration on 22nd November 2022 of Kolmani oil well in Gombe and Bauchi State. Mr. Speaker, let me quote the President of Nigeria currently. He was the leader of APC and he made a commitment as regards the exploration of Kolmani oil in Gombe Bauchi axis. He promised us that he will definitely continue with that project. But as I'm talking to you, looking at the budget of the ministry, which is equally the minister, that promise is about to decline because the oil exploration, as I'm talking to you, nothing significant is going on there. Most of the companies are even parking out of that place. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this budget must have to look inward and pay attention to that project of Kolmani oil exploration. Mr. Speaker, it's very important to the economy of this country. At that same period, the President promised the Mombila hydroelectric power project if he becomes president. Thank God he is now president for over 1 year. Nothing is happening there. He equally promised us of the recharging of Lake Chad Basin. Nothing is happening when the president is approaching his second year. So I'm reiterating on behalf of the entire people of Northeast Geopolitical Zone that these 3 key areas should be accommodated in the budget so that the promises made by APC government under both President Buhari
Round up,
and
round
President
up.
Tinubu will be fulfilled.
Round up,
so that the
Inua.
confidence we have on them will continue. If not,
So, round up, round up. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Please, let's manage our time well because, live coverage will be ending in a few minutes. We are reducing this discussion to 1 minute because it appears we are really tight for time and we have a lot of people here who have something to say. The next to speak will be Philip Bassett, followed by Attorney Matthew Nwogu, and then Osman Garoa. And that will be followed by Honorable Dr. Zainab Gimba. So,
Philip Abese is not here around, sir.
Okay. Abase is not around, so will yield the floor to Matthew Nwogu. Is he around? Or
Matthew is not around too.
Okay. Will yield the floor to Bashir Usman Gurao.
Usman Buba.
Gurao.
Okay, Bashir Gurao. Guaranyo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. Honorable Comrade Bashir Usman Goro is my name, member representing Guaranyo Gada Prayer Constituency. I'm from Sokoto State, Mr. Speaker. My own, Mr. Speaker, is an observation from the proposal submitted by Mr. President, specifically on the budgetary allocation of Ministry of Power. 10 billion, Mr. Speaker, with the current challenges of infrastructure in the power sector. Mr. Speaker, I think the 10 billion did not speak enough.
10 billion?
10 billion, yes, sir.
Is it recurrent or capital? Check whether you're
Yeah.
checking recurrent or capital. I think you're addressing recurrent. You go to the other page, you see capital. It's more than that.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
It's okay, you can.
All right, thank you very
Honorable
much.
Satomi, Honorable Inua, you are distracting the House, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bashir Osman, for understanding the explanation. Honorable Gimba, the time is yours. Francis Abiodun, get ready. And I want also Honorable Oluwaloke to get ready. Your time is now, Honorable Gimba. She's not available?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, I'm Honorable Dr. Zainab Gimba. I represent Bamangala Kalabelge.
Because of time, it's
Mr.
1
Speaker.
minute, so the most important issue.
Mr. Speaker, I beg your pardon that 1 minute should not start with the women. Let the men that are strong start one minute.
Okay, because so that they will not look like it's against women. Use your 2 minutes.
So, Mr. Speaker,
You win, you are the winner.
Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I would like to mention that it is my personal opinion that the revenue projection of the budget versus the reality on ground, if I look at that, I feel that it is the government is overly optimistic, because looking at the price hike in petroleum and issues of taxation and the rest, I think that projection to me is overly ambitious and optimistic. And equally, the debt servicing, when we look at the rising debt, the amount allocated for the debt servicing, Mr. Speaker, equally might be at the detriment of other infrastructural developments we have, especially in critical sectors like health, education, and agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I would like to also mention that the social welfare and poverty alleviation aspect of the budget, to me, it doesn't adequately address the poverty reduction and social welfare programs, looking at the large population we have in the country, especially programs targeting job creation wealth creation, and then social safety net and rural developments are not adequately addressed. Mr. Speaker, most importantly, the infrastructural development budget allocation for infrastructure is inefficient, and this may prevent sustainable development. If you look at it, especially in terms of road, power, and other infrastructural development, I want to give a very quick example of my own constituency, the Kalabalge. In Kalabalge Federal Constituency, the whole of the local government, Mr. Speaker, due to lack of road. In fact, I should commend the state government for always coming up with interim measures at all times, but for almost 6 to 7 months or sometimes 9 months, this local government will be cut off from the rest of Nigeria. I think this kind, and over the years, we have been approving budgets year in, out, and I have always been advocating for a road there, and this kind of infrastructures might not only bring about sustainable development, but even in terms of security, it might also bring a lot of improvement in that aspect. Mr. Speaker, I would like you to note that Kalabalge for now have only donkey as their means of transportation, because even at that, in the past 2 or 3 months, they only use jerry cans to be on the water to come to Cameroon and get food for themselves. Mr. Speaker, these sort of issues should be included and should be considered as priorities in the budget, because and I'm sure also those who are supposed to look at the issues in the budgets are here, and I think this is one of the issues I would like to mention. And Mr. Speaker, lastly, even in terms of education and healthcare, the reality is that they are underfunded, and with this kind of insufficient investment in these sectors, it may lead to inadequate services for the population. Mr. Speaker.
Round up, round up.
Yeah, 2 minutes is
at the risk of sounding selfish.
Yes, Mr.
At the
Speaker.
risk of sounding selfish, you should round up, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for being generous to the gender.
You are trying to bribe the.
Thank you for your generosity of time, Mr. Speaker. And lastly, I would like to speak about inflation and economic stability. And Mr. Speaker, given the current inflation rate, 2025 budget may, this is my opinion, effectively fail to address the price hikes, unemployment, and the cost of living. And if the purchasing power of the population has been reduced, I think it is going to be, we are going to be in more crisis than we are. Therefore, I personally call for policies that focus on stabilizing the economy, as much as for us to look at those that are at the grassroots. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your generosity of time.
Thank you. We gave you double the time to support the female gender like you requested. Let's have Honorable Francis Abiodun, if it's in the House.
Yep.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, my name is Francis Abiodun.
Donald Ojogo, get ready.
From Ekiti State.
Akinloye Davison, get ready.
Yes. Whilst commenting on the budget, I want us to look at some things, particularly the outgoing year, as a turbulent year globally. And in this regard, we have to believe us to put a strategy to ensure that budget performance in the year 2025 becomes a reality. In this regard, we need all stakeholders to support the implementation of this budget beyond the executive. Nigeria cannot operate as an island. This budget is premised on a lot of factors. We have to be strategic, particularly in an international engagement. We look at the gains and the losses in the Gulf War areas, and this coming year, the leadership of the House really has to do a lot and use the parliamentary instruments to prevent threats to the successful implementation of this budget. This is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Lualoke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues. I am Oluwole Oke, Ijesha North, Osun State. Mr. Speaker, if you all listened to Mr. President, you will recall his opening remark yesterday that the basis of his coming here was the ground the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to speak legislatively because the submission, Mr. President, is from the executive perspectives. Mr. Speaker, this budget is grossly inadequate. I say so because we need to address our minds to our status.
Did you say grossly inadequate?
Grossly inadequate.
That is, it's not enough.
It's not enough. We are talking about 32 billion, 23 billion dollars budget, which is just the cost of a project that links Nigeria to Senegal to Morocco, a pipeline. It's just one item to procure a project. It is grossly inadequate. I say so, Mr. Speaker, when you could consider Section 18 of our Public Procurement Act 2007, which bordered on needs assessment. Mr. Speaker, I will take you to Foreign Affairs, the committee I chair. Practical consideration of the needs assessment of missions of the headquarters of the agencies under Foreign Affairs, Mr. Speaker, is more than 2 trillion naira. And we are giving a patronage sum of 286 billion naira. Our missions are in courts in various nations.
Are you advocating for
Mr. Speaker, so I want to urge
deficit budgeting?
No, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of leakages in the land. If we had that straightly to Section 162 of the Constitution, you will see that we still have a lot of revenue that are yet to be collected. I don't have any problem with deficit financing. What is important is what are you doing with it? In our private lives, we take mortgages.
I wanted to say that again.
Sir,
you don't have problem with deficit?
I believe in deficit. I believe in borrowing.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Speaker, I came from organized private sector. And I borrowed money in the past, and I've used it judiciously. And my children can see what I've done with it. So what is important, Mr. Speaker, is that when we borrow money, what are we doing with the money? Are we doing parties with it? Are we taking teas and conferences and seminars? Or we are embarking on infrastructural development? That generation unborn will come and say, yeah, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you've done well. So, Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making here is this. I've listened to the opinions, to the comments, observation by colleagues. And the beauty of democracy, Mr. Speaker, is that our rules, our constitution, has given us the room to tinker, to look at the submission of Mr. President and do justice to it. So the Faleke-led committee finance, they need to really wear their thinking cap and look for all the money. We have the money. We have to do our work and block all the leakages, Mr. Speaker. Even in the tax arena, Mr. Speaker, we have not even collected the taxes. There are a lot of tax gaps. Mr. Speaker, if you look at that, our fiscal policies, look at Federal Ministry of Industry, look at capital allowances. A lot of people are manipulating our laws at our own detriment. So this parliament has a job to do. There is a motion, there's a referral, going to report itself to be submitted to you, Mr. Speaker, to this House. It's about tax evasion. It's about tax evasion. A lot of companies, private sector, organized private sector, and while I agreed that it is the private sector that feeds government, that feeds a nation, and that we should provide an enabling environment for them to thrive, to work, but at the same time, they should not harm us.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm happy that the chairman appropriation is well seated and is taking notes of the robust discussion going on here. This one, the take home is that the budget is not enough, that it's too little for our population, it's too little for the needs of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's just a budget for one single project that links Nigeria through the pipeline to Morocco and all that. Well, appropriation, you are listening. This is a proposal from the executive. And why we are here as a parliament is to look at the proposal to see if they are fit for purpose, if there are needs for adjustment. That is the purpose of this debate. Please, it's like not everybody is going to speak because we need to go into committee of supply to look at it. A lot of things have been generated. You can put some of these ideas down and then we'll pass it to the appropriation committee. I'll just take a few more. The list are still much. If we go through all these lists, we will not be able to meet up, and that's the truth. So I'm going to call the names and know who and who is here, and then shortlist based on that. I've seen few of you, but some of you are not here. So let's see. I want to confirm is Akinloya Davison here? He has spoken. Okay. Langre Okunlola is here. Please don't raise your hand, please. If they call if you are here, just raise your hand so that we know how to manage our time. Langre Okunlola, is he here? He's not here. Leko Jafuru, are you here? He's not here. Abedi, is he here? Abedi is not here. That's good. Emily Young is not here. Good. Manu Soro is not here. Good. Kelechi Nwogu is here. I've seen him. Billy Osaworo is here. Mascot Ikweche is here. So let's handle these three, but please make it 1 minute. When you itemize what you want to say, 1 minute and just push it out, if you don't mind. Davison.
Yes, sir.
Please, it's your turn.
Yes, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name once again is Davison Kolawole. I'm a member representing Ekiti, not Federal Consensus. I am from Ekiti.
Zachary, I've seen you. Huh?
My own is kind of observation on the proposed budget. The proposed budget is extremely very ambitious, and the revenue target for the year is just 34 trillion rather, and we have a deficit of almost 15 trillion. But I think the executive should also give the revenue generating organization an ambitious target, because most of them this year, during the MTF appearance, they all surpassed the target, and it's not ideal for an agency to surpass target. It makes them lazy because they surpass target at the third quarter of the year. So I think we should also give them a very ambitious target for the budget so that will reduce our borrowing plan.
That's a sign for you to round up.
Okay, thank you so much. My take is for us to increase our revenue generation.
Honorable Ginger Obina, you are distracting the minority leader. Ginger Obina.
Okay, round up, please.
Okay, sir. Yeah, my take is for the revenue generation organization to also be ambitious in their target. Because the target given to them this year, they surpassed 3/4 of the year, which is not normal, and we are borrowing. So that leaves us for you borrow more, and where the revenue generation can also generate more. So we need to put it on them to also generate more.
Thank you.
So that we reduce our borrowing plan. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Kelechi Nwogu. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my distinguished colleagues. My name is Honorable Kelechi Nwogu. I'm from Rivers State, the treasure base of the nation. Right Honorable Speaker, my colleagues, let me use the opportunity to thank the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, by extension, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Production, for making provision for poverty reduction, livestock production, and food security in this 2025 budget. Right Honorable Speaker, my distinguished colleagues, you will all agree with me that, yes, we've talked about the security agency, the provisions that have been made for them in this budget. But, Right Honorable Speaker, no matter the amount of the military, no matter the amount of the police and the Navy, they can't succeed in that operation without giving good commendation to the Ministry of Agriculture for this budget that they have included in securing the livestock and other things in this budget. Right, Honorable Speaker, I won't bore this House, but I want to say that if you also check in the budget, you will understand that 158 billion plus for agriculture, for agri and livestock is an increase from what we have the previous budget. So it's a commendation to the government, and I want to say that as the deputy chairman of Agriculture Committee in this National Assembly, in House of Reps respectively, I want to commend the president for that, and I want to urge my colleague to give this bill a speed of light and pass it to the speed of light. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Actually, livestock, very good innovation, and the president has done well there. Billy, Honorable Billy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chief Dr. Billy Famous Adesuwa Osawaru, represent the good people of Oremo Federal Constituency of Edo State, a proud Benin chief. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend Mr. President for actually carrying out this constitutional obligation of actually taking care of the security and welfare of Nigerians through this budget of restoration. Last year, it was a budget of renewed hope. Now, budget of restoration, 4 key areas, Mr. Speaker. One is the security, that we have 4.91 trillion. Then that takes care of the security aspect of it. Then we now look at the education, 3.52, infrastructure, 4.06, healthcare, 2.48. Talk about welfare, I think Mr. President has demonstrated that he means business. Now, Mr. Speaker, the only area I want us to quickly look at, as the Deputy Chairman of Poverty Alleviation, I think Nigerians, after all this, what is next? We must reduce poverty. Again, I'm looking at what has been assigned to the Ministry of Humanitarian and Poverty Reduction and even the agency under it, the NCIPA, considering all the programs under that agency. Mr. Speaker, I think 200 billion or 300 billion cannot do it. I think that is an area we are going to actually meet or encourage chairman on appropriations to help us look at so that we can see what will go there, because we are the people's representative. Then lastly, Mr. Speaker, we have to encourage Mr. President for being very aggressive when it comes to debt servicing. Now, when Mr. President came on board, we were using almost all our earnings for debt servicing. But today, we are using about 14 trillion. Mr. President has done so well, reducing our debt servicing, and he's still very aggressive about that. We must commend him, because if you look at our total earnings as projected of 34 trillion next year, and if we don't have a debt servicing of 16 trillion, just imagine if we add that to the 34, that is already 50 trillion. Imagine Nigeria actually doing their own budget without having to borrow. Mr. Speaker, I think we will be on the right path to prosperity one more time. That is why the budget of restoration has come to stay. And I encourage Mr. Speaker and my honorable colleagues to make sure we pass this with the speed of light, just like my honorable member said, Honorable Kelechi. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It looks like this budget is not just mere letters, but a program of action with a roadmap to restore the dignity of our economy to what it ought to be. Thank you for that contribution. Honorable Kalambina will speak now if he's in the house, followed by Honorable Tolani Shagaya, and then we have Ibrahim Al-Mustafa. I'll call these names. If you are here, just let me know. Is Tolani Shagaya here? Yeah. Is Ibrahim Al-Mustafa Aliyu here?
Is there?
Yes. Is Erufai is here. Cha Wen is here. Kim Kama is not here. Alex Mascot is here. We can't add new names now. It's too late.
Thank you.
Over to you. 1 minute. Not you, Mascot. Let's
Thank
have,
you.
Kalamba.
Thank you, the Honorable Speaker, my dear colleagues. Ahmad Abdullah Kalambaina, Sultan Kalambaina is my name, and I represent Kwari Wamako Federal Constituency, as well as my working governor, Dr. Ahmed Ali Sokoto. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, let me, in the first place, commend Mr. President for presenting the 49 trillion as a proposed budget for the 2025. And I want to speak on 3 areas, or 2. That is, issue of agriculture as well as defense. Although many have spoken about the issue of security and defense, particularly my humble chairman of defense, Honorable Bajimi Benson, I will not dwell into it. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, we must move from where we are yesterday and where we are today in terms of agriculture. What I mean by this is that we should focus on mechanized agriculture. And we cannot do this without putting emphasis for the purchase of agricultural inputs such as tractors and other agricultural input. And this, I believe, if we do so, we will improve our agricultural potentials, which will provide more food for the nation. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I believe with this, we need to add more to the budget of the Ministry of Agriculture, as well as the Ministry of Livestock, which I also want to emphasize, and that the ministry, if you could remember, was created this year in order to enhance the issue of livestock in Nigeria. And I believe if we appropriate more on the ministry, we will reduce the issue of farmers and herders conflicts in some of our region. Mr. Speaker, with this, on behalf of my constituency, I support that
Honorable Ginger, approach the chair.
This bill be read for the second time. I so submit thank you, my Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Ginger, approach the chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Kalambana. Honorable Tolani, please 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues. I remain Honorable Mukhtar Tolani Shagaya. I represent Nigerians, starting from Ilorin West, Asa, Federal Constituency of Kwara State. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I rise to commend Mr. President on the 2025 budget proposals presented to this esteemed assembly yesterday. Aptly titled, The Restoration Budget, Securing Peace, Rebuilding Prosperity. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, this budget reflects a bold and forward-thinking strategy to tackle our nation's challenges while prioritizing critical sectors such as education, health, infrastructure development. As a young parliamentarian, I am particularly encouraged by the focus on youth empowerment programs and job creation initiatives, which promise to unlock the potential of our vibrant population and stimulate economic growth. With specific sector allocations to defense and security of 4.91 trillion to enhance security, infrastructure of 4.06 trillion for energy, transport, and public works, education is 3.52 trillion, and health 2.48 trillion. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, this ambitious budget reflects the administration's commitment to restoring economic stability, enhancing security, and investing in critical sectors to drive national development. This budget that seeks to bridge the gap between vision and action, emphasizing inclusivity and sustainability. I urge us all to support this with swift passage and implementation, ensuring that the proposals translate into tangible benefits for all Nigerians. Together we can make history by shaping a brighter future and more prosperous future.
A round of
please.
please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Talani. I think you kept your minutes. Even though we say one, you cross it a little bit, but you are straight to the point. Thank you very much, Talani. Architect Ali, is he here?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My dear honorable colleagues, I remain Architect Ibrahim Al-Mustafa Aliyu, a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, member representing Abba Federal Constituency from Sokoto State. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, yesterday we received the restoration budget from Mr. President. I join hundreds of honorable members to commend Mr. President for the budget. The budget of restoration has given us hope, renewed hope that our past glory is on the path of being restored. That shows leadership, that shows commitment, that shows unequal determination. We always have confidence in Mr. President's ability to change the status quo and move the country forward. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, looking at the budget, we have seen a balanced budget from the capital recurrent, which now the capital is 730 million over the recurrent. Perhaps this is the first time we are achieving this.
The appropriation chairman is watching those who are in this room, those who are supporting or not supporting the budget, those who are encouraging or not encouraging. It's not after now people will go and disturb his office. This is the time the work is being done. The chairman and the deputy, they are seated in this room. The Senate, they are seated and they are looking at the budget. So those who are not in this room, I'm sure that the chairman appropriation is taking note. All right? Go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Because we have to pass this budget today. We are passing it today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And then another very fascinating aspect of the 2025 budget is the ability to reduce the debt service to 32.8%.
What I meant is that we have to vote on the budget today. We have to vote on it today.
Last year, it was higher. So we can see a careful budgeting that address both the social and economic aspect of our beloved country. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I want to emphasize that the allocation of over 4 trillion on the defense has gone a long way to show that the administration is committed to addressing our security concerns. My constituency is one of those that are suffering more on this issue of security, and I want to enjoin our security agencies to look through and evolve technological means of solving some of these security challenges. With the application of technology, I believe we'll be able to reach to the, the doorsteps of those criminals and fish them out. The health sector received a very large
The time is up.
allocation. And the out-of-school children, the
Round up.
emergencies,
Round up.
were not captured. So I what Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, as it's not there, as we work toward the budget, thank you very much. We also remember the out of school and the Almajirs. Thank you so much, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, and honorable colleagues.
Thank you very much. The floor now belongs to Alex Ikweche, Honorable. While Honorable El-Rufai gets ready, Honorable Ginger Usibe gets ready, Mukhtar Zachary gets ready, Muhammad Mukhtar, I just saw your name on the list, and Amu Bioga. So get ready, that's how we round up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable colleagues, my name is Alex Mascot Ikweche, and I represent a constituency that amalgamates the people proficient in dexterity and efficient in their distinctive yet imaginative tapestry. I speak of no other constituency but Aba North and Aba South. Mr. Speaker, firstly, I would like to congratulate the leadership of this House for successfully hosting the President yesterday, and this is our yearly ritual of receiving the budget was done very well. A few things to take away from the budget that was presented: education, security, beautiful. But Excellency, it is important that we take cognizance of the number of people that reside in this country. 200 million people. Yet, every time we want to just paint our homes and prepare POPs in our homes, we'll go and look for people from Cotonou. Why is this so? There is no energy. I have looked at what was proposed for power. Yes, 531 billion, 10 billion for recurrent expenditure. Beautiful. But what does 500 and something million, what does it amount to in dollars? About $321 million. My question is, how do we truly industrialize this nation? If we can solve the problem of energy, I can argue here very strongly that it solves 60% of the perennial problems that we have in this nation. Let me speak briefly about a quote from a German philosopher, Karl Marx. And I quote, from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. What is my point? If we are able to have consistent electricity, the problem of the private sector will be solved. Your Excellency, I'm sure you will all agree with me that there is no economy that can grow if that economy does not produce. Why is our currency the way it is? Why is the Naira continuously falling? Because there is pressure on the dollars. But by the time we are able to solve the problem of electricity, and I speak from a layman's perspective, but by the time we are able to solve the problem of electricity, and I'm very, very passionate about the issue of electricity, because I know that if Aba is producing, Onitsha producing, Kano producing, Port Harcourt, Lagos, we can source raw materials from Kaduna, source raw materials from Enugu, from Jos, and everybody will have jobs. The problem of insecurity will be reduced drastically. My question, because I listened very keenly to the presentation of our dear president, the commander-in-chief, who I believe has the mental and political stamina to solve this perennial problem. I mean, I've just crossed my mid-40s, and we've never had light. We've never had light.
Okay, round up.
So I want to just say here, sir, that I think we need to, as we move forward, do all within our power in 2025 to at least make sure that our children will have consistent electricity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. El-Rufai Bello Muhammad, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Mohammed Bello El-Rufai. I represent the good people of Kaduna North. I'm from Kaduna State. Yesterday was a day of great privilege, and we thank the President and the Executive for laying the budget. Mr. Speaker, a lot of the things have been said already. I'll try to stick to time as quickly as possible. by focusing on what I think is important. Recurrent capital is what is being discussed. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask again that this House remembers to compel the executive to implement the Oronsai report. That's one. Two, we need to cut down on costs. Mr. Speaker, as you rightly heard, the recurrent of various budgets.
Members need to be in this room to vote on this particular bill. So for those who are moving around, please sit to make sure you contribute in voting for this.
Can I go on, sir? Sir, the recurrent issue is in every budget, even a young person like myself. We budget for vehicles every year. We budget for utensils every year. So what I would like us to do, sir, to open more revenues or block loopholes, is to look at all these ministries that are bringing their budgets. If they bought vehicles last year, please, they should just relax now. Vehicles do not expire. These are the little things, Mr. Speaker, that unless we start looking at them, the loopholes we talk about will not come out. I want to thank the leadership for sessions like this and other experienced members. It's a learning opportunity. But on this, the Oronsai report, sir, should be implemented. It is key. That is one. The second and most important thing to me, since I was I'm still a young man, since I was a boy, budgets every year come with new computers, new furniture. These things don't expire, sir. We should cut them out totally. We can't be asking Nigerians. We can't have a tax reform bill that could shape the fiscal shape of this country, while as leaders we are not cutting anything. So I urge the chairman, I'm honored, sir, that I chair a committee that has CBN, but my budget is not on here. But committee chairman that are more experienced than myself should look into this. Nigerians are tired of every agency buying fork and knife every year. We should show them we are serious and do these drastic cuts. I really trust the chairman of the Appropriations Committee, and I just thought to raise this issue. It's an opportunity to speak, and may God continue to guide us to do what is necessary for our people. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Nigeria should not buy fork and knife every year. And I'm happy that the chairman of appropriation, the deputy chairman of appropriation, they are here making notes. And I've been watching them, and I'm also making notes, because we will also go through the work done by appropriation to see if all these debates happening here and issues being raised here, they are captured. Because it's not garbage in, garbage out. Though that budget with good intention from Mr. President must be fine-tuned to reflect actually what he wanted to achieve by the time he conceptualized it. The floor is now yielded to my good friend, Zachary. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Mukhtar Zakar Chawai. I represent Kauru Federal Constituency of Kaduna State. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate and commend the President for his submission yesterday. I'd like to look at security, Mr. Speaker, with an allocation of about 4.9 trillion. I think this is a commendable allocation by Mr. President in a situation where we're battling insecurity in the country, particularly in my federal constituency, Kauru local government, where we're currently facing acute security challenges. We have Operation Safe Haven based there, and I believe with this allocation, it will enable them to deploy more personnel and ammunition to fight and combat banditry in that area. Mr. Speaker, in terms of infrastructure, 4 trillion has been allocated. I'm looking at the Abuja-Kaduna-Kano Road, the Kaduna through Mararaban-Jos to Jos Road. With this allocation, I believe these projects should be completed in due time, Mr. Speaker. In our bid to diversify the economy, we have identified that we need to reduce our reliance on oil, and a viable alternative is the solid mineral sector. Unfortunately, year after year, the allocation to the solid mineral sector is very minimal. Currently, it stands at about 15.916 billion. I believe for a nation that wants to diversify its economy and look for other alternatives, 16 billion is very small for the solid minerals sector. Then in terms of agriculture, about 646 billion, including multilateral projects, amounts to 646 billion, which is also way lower than the Malabo Declaration, which proposes about 10% contribution to the total budget of a nation. Unfortunately, this is way less than that 10%. Even if you look at and add the homegrown school feeding, which has an allocation of 100 billion, it can be an education element, it can be a social investment element, but I also believe it is an agricultural stimulus. Nonetheless, it is still lower than what is expected. So
Thank you very much.
One we need, okay, Mr. Speaker, just finally regarding this food security, in conjunction with water resources, which has 210 billion as its allocation, if we need to desilt our dams, create new irrigation channels, I believe allocation for the agri sector and the water resources sector needs to be improved. Thank you.
Thank you. Well put together. Zakari, that was a good one. That was a very good one. Thank you. We have Honorable Ginger. While Honorable Mukhtar gets ready and Honorable Amobi gets ready, that is where we'll draw the curtain today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very dear colleagues. My name is Ginger Obina Onsibe. I represent the people of Isialangwa North, Isialangwa South Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am an Mungba man from Abia State. Let me join my colleagues in thanking Mr. President Ahmed Bola Tinubu for the budget of restoration which was presented yesterday. I wouldn't want to go or bog the house with what other speakers must have said. But Mr. Speaker, I want to place on record that we have always had good budgets, very good budgets. And budget is an act of parliament. Like we are doing today, it is an appropriation bill. When it is passed and signed, it becomes a law. We have problem of implementation. That is where the problem lies, in implementing the provisions of this budget. And for us to get it right this time, there must be proper collaboration. And the legislature, the parliament, must rise up on its oversight functions to ensure that the provisions of the budget is implemented. We are still talking about the 2024 budget. We have also extended it to June. This 2025 budget, we must ensure that implementation of this budget is done and done very well. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, all of us can agree that corruption is on its increase in this country. We must arm our anti-graft agencies fully with good budgetary provisions to ensure that they get the necessary technology that they will use to fight corruption. I want to solicit and say that the budgetary provisions of our anti-graft agencies like ICPC, like EFCC, should be increased to the extent that they can be able to fight corruption. And once we are able to reduce corruption to the barest minimum, this country will move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Mukhtar, the floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, Right Honorable Architect Muhammad Mukhtar Zandan Kazauri, member representing Kazauri, Roni Gwiwa, Enkwashi Federal Constituency. I'm from Jigawa State. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, a lot have been said, but my take is on the sector of tourism, which is a major source of revenue in the country and job creation. So when you look at the figure for the capital for tourism, you'll see that it is grossly inadequate, because tourism is a major source of revenue and job creation. Ideally, tourism should be an alternative, second alternative to oil. And verifiable data shows that tourism is the highest employer of labor, contributing greatly to the GDP of most countries, like Kenya, Gambia, Dubai, South Africa, and others. Tourism is a sector that we believe can make a difference in our economy because of the revenue it generates in most countries. So it is grossly inadequate for a sector like tourism to have a mean budgetary allocation. So I believe tourism, when given the maximum priority, we can harness a lot from it. So, Mr. Speaker, you can see the 895 million cannot even improve anything in terms of tourism. And I believe with the intervention of this House, it can be looked upon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I so submit.
I think a very important issue you raised there. You know, in the era when we look for alternative sources of revenue, issues like tourism should be a place that we pay attention to. Currently, I saw that it is on the residual list of the Constitution. There's an act that has been moved that was passed, I think it was 2023. There's an effort now by a Constitutional Review Committee to ensure that we put it on the concurrent list to enable both federal government and state government to participate there, because where it is at the moment, it leaves little for the federal government to do much there. So we'll work hard as chairman of Constitutional Review Committee to see that we lift it from residual list to concurrent list for the participation of them. Nice point you made there. Honorable Lambobi, 1 minute, please.
Thank you, the People's Speaker, and honorable colleagues. My name remains Honorable Amobi Godwin Oga. I represent Nigerians through the good people of Isukwato and Umunochi Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Abia State. Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me thank Mr. President for bringing the budget of restoration. Why
Sani, I'll give you 1 minute. Honorable Sani, I'll give you 1 minute. Honorable Ajilo, I'll give you 1 minute. And the man with the cap, I'll give you 1 minute. 3 minutes just to give you the last bottom part of the house to enable you heard. I haven't stayed here for this long. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you have removed some minutes from my...
Go ahead, you're still talking.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I agree with Mr. President for calling this budget of restoration. Why did I say so, Mr. Speaker? Because for the first time in the history of Nigerian projects, Southeast is accommodated. For the first time, that a commission called Southeast Development Commission have been allocated sum of 341 billion. Is a sign that Southeast is still part of Nigeria. Be as it may be, Mr. Speaker, as the chairman House Committee on HIV/AIDS, Tuberculosis and Malaria Control, Mr. Speaker, we all know that malaria is an epidemic in Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, this House had a resolution that malaria drugs should be made free. And I pray this House that in this budget of 2025, that malaria treatment should be accommodated to be made free in all health centers across Nigeria. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, the chairman, malaria, tuberculosis, and HIV. I'm sure the president also added intervention on malaria there on the list. If you check well, you see the amount of money that have been allocated for malaria. I saw it on the budget when I did the scrutiny. Let me yield the floor now to Sani. Sani, though you are willing to let go your time, and I'm appreciating you for showing that maturity, that's why I'm giving you this time.
Oh, pretty much appreciated by you, Honorable Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. First of all, my name is Honorable Muhammad Ahmad Sani, member representing the very good people of Okroma and Fair Constituency, and I'm from Zamfara State, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by saying that
Appropriation Chairman, I hope you're announcing your real supporters.
Deeply appreciate this.
The day they are moving your bill, you can see the real supporters are these ones here. Not those who will come and disturb you in your office. See those ones who are hungry here, waiting to do this job. These are your real supporters. Take good note of them.
I deeply appreciate Mr. President's commitment to addressing the economic decline, which is clearly reflected and emphasized in the appropriation bill. Virtually everything that I would have wanted to say has been said by the previous speakers. If I'm going to add a few things, it will be basically the same thing as revenue generation as a very key element in this. And for us to be able to achieve anything, we have to put focus on productivity in terms of farming and livestock. And all of that cannot be done with insecurity in place. So I believe if we can put aside insecurity, it will enable our people to go to the farm and produce. And that would definitely add value to the economy. So thank you very much. With the limited time that I have, I will stop at this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sani. Agilo, it's yours.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker. My name is Umar Agilo, member representing Makarfi and Kudan Federal Constituency. I am from Kaduna State. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to
Honorable Mascot, kindly come back. We are about to close, please.
To speak.
Okay.
To speak about the proposal 2025 budget estimate. Mr. Speaker, I must to commend your leadership for the current provisions for the whole Nigerians about the 2025 budget estimate. We have to recommend the time that leadership will take to do several meetings with the executives for the interest of all Nigerians. Thank you about that. Secondly, we are from the northwestern Nigeria, like what my brother Honorable Chawe have said, with the full of challenges of insecurities, with the full of challenges of bad roads, which the bad roads contribute a lot for the raising of the criminal activities across our zone, the Northwest Zone. Mr. Speaker, thank God we have you from the zone. We have top guys from the zone. We want these budgets to carefully consider our zone about the insecurity challenges and the completions of our roads, particularly what the Honorable Chawe have said, from Kaduna to Jos, from Zaria to Katsina to Sokoto, which is, it will develop
Okay, round
the
up.
economy around the zone. Thank you, and God bless Nigeria.
Okay, you, Akarachi, you round up. I will oblige you. Finally, yep.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this privilege. My name is Benedict Etanabene. I represent Okpe, Saple, Uwe Federal Constituency, Mr. Speaker. I'm from Delta State. Mr. Speaker, from where I come from, we have a culture of hiring people to speak against, what we intend to do so that we can see, the other side. However, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to vote for this Appropriation Act, but I need to mention, something. We have not done well, in the budget to see how best we can promote, to a large extent, commercial economic activities in Nigeria. It's a wide topic, but let me just limit it to the porting activities in Nigeria. From where I come from, we have the Warri Port, we have the Saple Port, we have the Cocoa Port, we have the Burutu Port. None of these ports, created by governments.
Out of Onitsha Port.
And Onitsha Port, Gelegele Port, they were created by our past governance to incentivize economic activity, increase trading, export and import, make it easier. But that we all concentrate everything now in Lagos does not show to a large extent that we want to boost economic activities. Mr. Speaker, I just want to add that government should do so much to reactivate the ports in Warri, Saple, and all those that have been mentioned to see how best we can do best in our economic activity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this privilege.
That was straight to the point. I like that. Thank you very much. Akarachi, round up. This is the last one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remain Engineer Akarachi, Orisha Matos Haitiosa Amadi. I represent the good people of Umbitoli Keduru Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Imo State. I want to thank the President for this very, very important budget that he has presented before us. And I want to join voices with my brothers that have said the problem we've had mainly is implementation. There's a saying that the devil is in the details. Mr. Speaker, I will speak on three parts that I feel that we need to pay attention to the detail of implementation. Power. Mr. Speaker, this year we've recorded the number of failures of the national grid. I think in power, the budget allocated to the power sector, we need to make sure that part of it is going to be used to address the root cause of the failure of the national grid so that it doesn't happen again. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about the ports because most of our issues come with a lot of problems on productivity. There are some items that are low cost items that if we channel our resources towards producing those items, we'll eliminate the need to import those items. I want to see how, especially the development commissions of both the Northeast, Northwest, Southeast, NDDC, can see how they can channel their resources to putting in industries in those regions that will produce these little items that can be produced domestically to boost productivity. Mr. Speaker, the last one is the police and the military. A highly motivated few can do the work of a large number of people that are not motivated. We need to look not just into producing equipment, procuring equipment, but seeing how we can motivate these people that have served us, that protect us in terms of salaries, in terms of their welfare package, in terms of their entitlement, to boost it so that no matter the number we have, they are incentivized to continue fighting, upholding the peace and the security of our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Nice issues raised as well. And that is where we draw the curtain. Before I put the question, sure You all know that the chairman has been making note, the deputy chairman has been making note. I have also been making notes on the summary of what we have deliberated on here. So we'll just run through a little bit before we put the question so that you know the direction we are going. It has been the agreement or discussion here that the 2025 appropriation bill represents, I should put the votes. You are ready? We're ready to go. I put the question. The question is that this bill be read the second time. Those in support of it say aye. That was not loud enough. Those in support of it say aye. Those against say nay. This is the highest silence I've ever had. Not even a single small nay. The ayes have it. The clerk is invited to read the long title of the bill. Bill referred to Committee on Appropriation with all standing committees and subcommittees of the Committee on Appropriation. So the ball now is in the court of the committees to ensure that all the deliberation we have mentioned here, that they are giving wheels, alternative sources of revenue, solid mineral, innovation and technology, blue economy, equalizing the regional development agencies is a bit lopsided now in the way the money went there. It should be equalized, especially for the new ones. One should not be higher than the other so as to stimulate development in all the development commission. Equalize the funding of the development commission across the regions for equitable distribution of wealth and stimulation of development. Honorable colleagues, the third order of the day is consideration of bill for an act to amend the Appropriation Act to extend the implementation of the capital component of the Appropriation Act from December 31st, 2024 to June 2025 and for related matters. Honorable members will recall that the bill was committed to the Committee on Supply on Thursday, 19th December. Honorable Julius Ihonvere, House Leader, will move for his consideration. Leader, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Professor Julius Ihonvere, 01 Federal Constituency, Mr. Speaker, I'm from Edo State. I rise to move that the bill for an act to amend the Appropriation Act 2024 to extend the implementation of the capital component of the Appropriation Act 2024 from 31st December 2024 to 30th June 2025 of related matters HB 2023 the report be considered by the House.
Thank you very much. Seconder from the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion as moved by the House Leader. I so second.
Those in support of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. House Leader, move that the House will resolve into Committee of Supply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the House will resolve to Committee of Supply in order to consider the appropriate report as outlined in the order paper. I so move.
Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion as so moved by the House Leader. I so second.
Those in support that the House do resolve into Committee of Supply, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The House hereby resolve into the Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, consideration of report.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, Professor Ihonville, Owa Federal Constituency. This is a fairly straightforward bill, essentially asking for an amendment of dates for the implementation of the capital component of the appropriation bill to repeal and enact the 2024 Act from 31st December 2024 to 30th June 2025. I think it is to make things better for everybody, give the nation time to get the capital component of the 2024 Act completely implemented. I recommend that we give it the necessary support. Thank you, my dear colleagues.
Thank you very much, sir. Clause 2. Clause 2.
Clause 2. It's not a serious issue, it's just a typo. I'm sure the clerk, yes, sir, the clerk can add it. Just clause 2 to add with after 3, the last line, clause 2.
Okay, there is a typo, they will correct it.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to move that we revert to plenary and for the chairman to report progress to the House. I so move.
Please, second.
Mr. Chairman, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion that will revert back to plenary. I so second.
Those in support that the House revert plenary to report progress from the Committee of Supply, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House hereby revert to Committee of Supply. Chimwe, please, the House is a bit noisy.
Order. Honorable Garba from Kebbi, kindly sit down.
Most distinguished colleagues, it is the chairman's report that the House and Committee of Supply considered a report on a bill for an act to amend the Appropriation Act 2024 to extend the implementation of the capital components of the Appropriation Act 2024 from 31st December 2024 to 30th June 2025, and for related matters. The Committee of Supply approved clauses 1 to 3, the explanatory memorandum, and the long title of the bill. Leader, please move that the House do adopt the report of the Committee of Supply as a working instrument of the Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that quick and effective and efficient report. I rise to move that the House do adopt the report from the Committee of Supply as presented by Mr. Speaker as working instruments of the House. I so move.
Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion that the House do adopt the report from the Committee of Supply. I so second.
Thank you very much. Those in support of the motion that we do adopt the report of the Committee of Supply as a working instrument of the Parliament, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The House hereby adopts the report of the Committee of Supply as a working instrument of the Parliament. The fourth order of the day is a consideration of a bill for an act to establish Nigerian Police Force training institutions to serve as high-level centers for the provision of professional training and for related matters. Honorable members will recall that the bill was committed to the Committee of the Whole on Tuesday, 17 December 2024. Honorable Humber will move for its consideration. Leader, please move for its consideration.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the House do consider the report for a bill for an act to establish Nigeria Police Force training institutions to serve as high-level centers for the provision of professional training and for related matters, SB 470. I so move.
Thank you. Any second, Minority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion that the House do consider the report on SB 470. I so second.
Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader, please move that the House resolve into Committee of the Whole to consider this report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Professor Hanvere, one Federal Constituency of those states. I rise to move that the House do resolve into Committee of the Whole to consider the report on the Nigeria Police Force training institutions. I so move.
Minority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion. I so second.
Those in support of the motion that the House resolve into Committee of the Whole say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The House hereby resolve into Committee of the Whole.
Order, please. Order, please.
considered is for an act to establish Nigerian police force training institutions to serve as high-level centers for the provisions of professional training and for related matters. Please sit with the House is a bit rowdy. The aisle should be free.
Order, please. Honorable colleagues, please be seated. Jega. Kusada.
Please, those who are standing should sit, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Like the chairman was saying, the bill to be considered is an act to establish Nigerian police force training institutions to serve as the high-level centers for the provision of professional training and for related matters. And I invite Julius Younger, the House Leader, to give the synopsis of the bill.
Mr. Chairman, let me begin by thanking our colleagues in the Senate, because this is a Senate bill, but more importantly, our colleagues in the House who chair relevant institutions related to the police force, particularly for accommodating each other in the interest of Nigeria and a better Nigeria. This bill really is straightforward. We are all witnesses to the functioning, the challenges, the drawbacks, and the opportunities in the Nigeria Police Service. And I believe that what this bill is trying to do is to create the necessary institutions to make it a world-class force. As it says, to make it more professional and in accordance with world best practices. We don't need to argue here too much, Oga. If you go anywhere in the world, in countries that know what they're doing, you will see that the structure and functioning and performance, equipping and leadership of the police force, you admire them. Some of the issues that draw us back here are avoidable. They are not created by God, they are created by man. And I think this bill seeks to correct that by creating institutions around the country to provide world-class, first-rate professional training for our policemen and women. I recommend that we support this in the interest of our country, in the interest of security, in the interest of our people, and the interest of the Nigeria Police Force. I so submit, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, honorable colleagues. The question is that clauses 1 to 23 schedules the explanatory memorandum and the long title be made part of this bill. Clause 1 to 5. Clause 6. Clause 7. Clause 8. Clause 9. Clause 10. Clause 11. Clause 12.
Order, please.
Clause 13. Clause 14. Clause 15. Honorable Agino, where is clause 15? Which page? Honorable Agino, where is clause 15? Which page? Clause 16. Clause 17. All these people who are coming now.
Those are the Chairman Appropriation. You are dividing the house.
I need the attention. Those people who are distracting you, they should sit when we finish. Clause 19. I'm looking at you, I'm looking at your B. I'll call you now. Yes. Clause 20. Clause 21. Clause 22. Clause 23. Clause 24. Is it 24? You created 24 in your heart. Okay, shadows. Explanatory memorandum. The long title of the bill. Leader, please move that the House will revert to plenary to report progress. Leader, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my dear colleagues, thank you for your patience and for supporting all the clauses. I move that we revert to that the House to plenary and for the chairman of the committee of the whole to give a report to the House. I so move.
Minority Leader, please second.
Mr. Chairman, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion. I so second.
Those in support of the motion that the House revert to plenary to report progress, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The House hereby revert to plenary to report progress.
Thank you. My most respected colleagues, it is the chairman's report that the House and Committee of the Whole considered a report on a bill for an act to establish Nigerian Police Force training institutions to serve as high-level centers for the provision of professional training and for related matters, and approve clauses 1 to 23, the shadows, explanatory memorandum, and the long title of the bill. Leader, please move that the House do adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole as a working instrument of the Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that the House do adopt the report from the Committee of the Whole as ably presented by the Chairman of the Committee of the Whole, who is reporting as Speaker. I so move.
Thank you very much. Minority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion that the House do adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole as a working instrument of the Parliament. I so second.
Those in support of the motion that the House do adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. The report of the Committee of the Whole is hereby a working instrument of the Parliament. Leader, please kindly move that we suspend our rules to have the third reading of these two bills.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the hard work. I rise to move that the House do adopt the reports on the two bills we just adopted as working instruments of the House so that we can do the third reading. I so move.
Seconder, for us to suspend our rules to have the third reading of these two bills.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion that we do suspend relevant sections of our rules to take the third reading of the two bills today. I so second.
Those in support of the motion that we suspend our rules to have the third reading of the two bills, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk. Most distinguished colleagues, the bill for an act to amend the Appropriation Act 2024 to extend the implementation of the capital component of the Appropriation Act 2024 from 31st December 2024 to 30th June 2025, and for related matters, HB 2023, read third time and pass. Most distinguished colleagues, a bill for an act to establish Nigerian Police Force training institutions to serve as high-level centers for the provision of professional training and for related matters, SB 470, read third time and pass. Leader Leader, please move that we suspend our rules to adopt the vote and proceedings of today's plenary.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that we suspend relevant sections of our rules to enable us pass the vote and proceedings of today's hearing. I so move.
Thank you. Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I rise to second the motion that we do adopt our votes and proceedings of today. I so second.
Thank you very much. Honorable colleagues, there's a motion for us to suspend our rules and then adopt the vote and proceedings of the plenary section. It's been moved and it has been seconded. Those in support of this motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. I've examined and approved the votes and proceedings of today's plenary, and I have also approved it to become a working instrument of the Parliament. Before we call for the motion for adjournment, there is an announcement of a committee membership. Conference Committee on the Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation Act, Amendment Bill 2024, will be chaired by Honorable Ahmed Jaha, Honorable Bello El Rufai, member, Honorable Billy Osaworo, member, Honorable David Ebel, full member, Honorable Eze Nwachukwu, member, Honorable Festus Adefirianye, member. Leader, please move that the House do adjourn sitting till next year, 14th January, Tuesday, 14th January 2025.
Mr. Speaker, given the energy shown by our members, I believe they want to come back next week, Tuesday, to continue the business of state. But we have to get some rest and get back to our constituency. So I move that the House do adjourn plenary to January the 14th, 2025. I so move.
Yes, Minority Leader, can you second, or you want us to continue sitting till next year?
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, while wishing us a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, I rise to second the motion that we do stand adjourned till 14th January 2025. I so second.
Before I put the question, Honorable Member, take your seat. Chairman Appropriation, please sit down. Chairman Appropriation, sit. Sit. Members, sit down, please. Sit down.
Order, please. Order.
Honorable colleagues, the work of the Appropriation Committee starts from now. Having referred the bill to the Appropriation Committee, and that also entails that the subcommittees of the House, of the standard committees, are also going to be working diligently. Not everyone will be on these holidays. The appropriation committee is allowed to work. The subcommittees of the standard committees that will be working with the appropriation committees are also allowed to work. That is a sacrifice for the nation. So even if your holiday is a bit affected, please count it as joy for his duty that has called. And all we have to do is to obey. So some of you may not spend so much time at home. Nation needs you to work because we need to present this budget latest, the 31st of January, 2025. So when your committee calls you to come back, you are mandated to come back to do the work of the nation. Having said that, the motion for adjournment of this House has been moved for the resumption to be on the 14th of January, 2025, and this motion has been well seconded by the minority leader. I therefore, with happy Christmas message in my mind, ask you, those in support that they have to adjourn to 14th January 2025, say aye. Those against, say nay. Aye. Is it because of appropriation? You don't want to go? I ask again, those in support that they have to adjourn till January 14, 2025, say aye. Aye. Those against, say nay. What I heard was aye, so the ayes will have it. The House is hereby adjourned to 14 January 2025. Merry Christmas in advance and Happy New Year. Spend quality time with your constituents and your family, and God bless you.
Now, profession.